Alright, hello everybody, it's me, Clock, and today we'll be playing You and Him, remastered, rewritten, remake, whatever. I just want to show you the content warning first. This game contains graphic violence, screen shakes, sexual content, eye strain, implied cannibalism, torture, mild screen shakes, implied domestic violence, and death. This game is intended for 18+ audiences only, okay? Now that we got that out of the way, you may remember You and Him, game about a popular pop star group lead singer basically stalking you to murder you. It got rewritten with the release of Chapter 4, or Day 4, Episode 4, whatever. And instead of just playing Episode 4 from where we left off, I figured I would replay the whole game, because I didn't really do it justice the first time I played it. Originally, I played the game with like 2 hours of sleep. I was grinding really hard back then, and I just never slept ever. So I didn't do it really justice, I would say. So today, I'm doing it. Those who abandon the will of their God will face his divine judgment, and their spilled blood used to unite the world? What? Prologue! I couldn't read it fast enough, I'm sorry. Him. Oh. Minnow, Nevada. The purple-haired singer offers the crowd a beatific smile paired with a small wave. They scream his name, fans clamoring to get closer past the lineup of security, creating a barrier with their bodies. A few of them try reaching around the line of defense, their fingers desperate and outstretched, clawing at empty air. We love you! Please marry me! Have my babies! Oh. The cacophony of voices makes his ears want to bleed. He resists the urge to curl his lip in disgust. They're all so fucking annoying, placing him and his bandmates on a pedestal for the simple fact they're attractive and can carry a simple tune. The world around him proves how shallow every single human being on this planet is. Day after day. City after city. Target after target. There's not a single person out there whose line of thinking he can't predict. Not a single person who stands on equal ground with him in the slightest. They're all fucking worthless. Although, some people are worse than others. Their very existence defiling the sanctity of this world. And those are the people he swore to enact his divine judgment upon. Can I get a hydrate check? Thank you, Sammy. Oh, if you're wondering about the Easter Bunny ears, it's currently Easter while I'm recording this, so that's why. An oath written in blood. The purple-haired singer moves with his bandmates towards the awaiting bus, ready to ship them off to the next destination, when he feels a buzz in his pocket. Ooh, new CG. Okay. I don't remember this. This is all new, I think. He pauses at the bottom steps of his tour bus, glancing down at his phone. It's a text. Or rather, an alert. The purple-haired singer smirks as he skims over the details, studying the location, name, and basic information given to him by an unknown number. But he knows full well who this number belongs to. A month's passed since the last text he received from them, and now he's eager to reach the touring band's next destination, Parkbend, Arizona. He hides a vicious smile as his bloodlust rises like a tide. Hey. The purple-haired singer peers up from his phone, and another man stands atop of the steps of the bus, looking down at him. Is this Kane? Oh my god! I really like the spin-off game they made for Kane. The purple-haired singer can practically smell the smoke coming off of his bandmates' clothes. He resists the urge to wrinkle his nose from the acrid scent. Disgusting. Purple-haired singer always hated that smell, and his hatred for it intensifies because of the man standing in front of him, and what he says next. His gravelly voice grating on the purple-haired man's nerves. Let's go. You're holding up the bus. It's a command. As though he's got the fucking right to order him around. The purple-haired singer withholds a sneer, knowing full well they've got an entire audience behind them, and he can't let his mask slip, not until they're on the move again. Purple-haired singer gives the tired-looking man a smile as he plants a foot on the first step. Sorry, I got distracted. My bad. For anyone else, the purple-haired singer comes off across as apologetic. But the other man's eyes narrow, telling the purple-haired singer he's not fooled by his act, but cannot say as much out loud or call him out for it. The tension between the two is palpable when they're finally standing on even ground as the purple-haired singer reaches the top step, forcing his bandmate to take a step back in order to make room for him. Tour bus's doors close behind them. The purple-haired singer's facade drops. He gets up in the tired-looking man's face, whose response is to remain firm in his stance, despite the purple-haired singer grabbing him by the scruff of his shirt. Don't ever fucking order me around again, or I'll make your life a living fucking hell. The tired-looking man knocks the purple-haired singer's hand away, and his gaze narrows. Traveling on the same bus with you already is. The purple-haired singer curls his lip and shoulder, chucks the other man as he storms past, and there's a low whistle that comes from one of the seats. Mom, the kids are fighting again and it's tearing our family apart. Jokes a different bandmate with an easygoing grin. Oh, this is actually really interesting to see their dynamics, because we only saw this in the spin-off game before. The man's arms are laced behind his head, while he remains seated on one of the plush leather couches, his legs spread out in the center of the aisle. The purple-haired singer knocks his feet out of the way with a shove of his boot. Oh, fuck off. You know, for as many times as you've told me that, I'm starting to think you need a swear jar. Maybe if you collect enough cash, it'll pay for some much-needed therapy bills. There's a soft sigh as a man with light blonde hair fixes himself a cup of tea within the tour bus's kitchen. Steam rolls off his cup and waves as he brings it to his lips before he speaks, his voice gentle and soft. Please behave yourselves. I understand we're all tired, but antagonizing one another isn't the way to go about things. We've still got a long tour ahead of us, so please try to get along. The purple-haired singer curls his lip in annoyance as he strides past them and towards his bunk. Now look at our patron fucking saint over here. Let's not fool ourselves into believing that's an actual fucking possibility, especially with Tweedledee and Tweedledipshit over here. Ah, aren't the pet names he gives us the cutest? The only downside is I can't figure out who is who. The easygoing bandmate grins at the perpetually tired-looking man. Do you want to be Tweedledee or Tweedledipshit? Either way, it's getting embroidered into a pillow. You can embroider. No, but when my lack of knowledge has... When has my lack of knowledge ever given subject over stopping me? The purple-haired singer doesn't hear the response from his tired-looking bandmate as he heads to the back lounge where he can get some much-needed peace and quiet away from the other band members. And they've updated the art and the story. When he's out of sight, he draws up the details. Wow. These are all, like, new scenes right here, I'm pretty sure. All pertaining to you. Despite his tense interactions with his bandmates, he lets a cold and malicious smile find its way to his lips. He just can't fucking wait to get to the next city. Chapter 1. So, I believe that was all completely new. It reminded me a lot of the You and Him Kane game, which you can check out right now. It's still up, available on my channel to watch, okay? I'll leave a link in the description below, and at the end of the video, okay? Middle of nowhere, 3:32 p.m. The You and Him Kane special, by the way, just shows more of their relationship after a concert, okay? And their names. Radio DJ. In other news, Cake, the hit boy band that skyrocketed in popularity in recent years, is playing live tomorrow night at the Sanita Valley Stadium in our very own Parkbend, Arizona. Can you believe that, Kenny? I'm absolutely ecstatic and looking forward to their performance. The car's radio crackles and a new voice joins in on the conversation, his tone coming across as both jovial and somewhat cartoonish. I'm more shocked by the fact that you managed to score tickets for the concert itself, considering these reports. The other DJ clears his throat, and you hear the rustling of papers as he continues. According to our sources, Cake's concert tickets were sold out within seconds of their initial online release date, despite the website crashing due to the overwhelming traffic visiting the stadium's website. Of course, they managed to get the site up and running again, but many were logged out and missed their chance due to the lack of foresight. The other DJ pipes back up. Oh, I remember the public backlash that came after it. People took to Twitter and got the hashtag #LetUsEatCake trending for over a week before the stadium came out with an official statement apologizing for the error. It caused quite an uproar. I'll say, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. And just to think these are the same young men who, by all accounts, came from pretty modest and quiet backgrounds that took the world by storm. I don't think I've seen a boy band craze this bad since the last peak in the 90s and 2000s. But even I don't think those compare to the phenomenon that we're seeing today. Don't you agree, Bob? NSYNC would like to disagree. Bob, the other radio DJ, lets out a giant guffaw. Ooh boy, is that an understatement? Although I'm not sure mine and my husband's daughter would agree with labeling them as a boy band, given their slight rocker edge. Big fan, huh? She's got good taste in music then. Both her and my husband, Bob says with a boisterous laugh. Ha ha ha. Their newest single, Cross My Heart and Never Stray, is all they can talk about, but he's happy bonding with her over it and vice versa. Now that's impressive. I know you talked about your husband not caring for modern day music, but it sounds like Cake brings the whole household together. Exactly. If they can make even my husband love their sound, then you just know they've got that special something going for them. When they start playing Cake's latest single, you turn down the dial on the radio in order to focus on the stretch of road before you. The blistering heat of the Arizona sun already makes concentrating hard enough as it is, without the added distraction of brain-worm-inducing music playing through the speakers. Oh, we're not a fan. Not to mention you've driven almost. You look at your dash for mileage and cringe. Yup, you're right. You've driven almost 323 miles. Jesus. Another 200 miles left before you reach Parkbend, your home city. It's a nasty number for someone with so many idiot lights on in their car, but someone had to drop off your uncle's valuables at his new apartment after the divorce. Valuables being an obscene amount of guns. You sigh, wishing you were back home already. There's a number of things you need to get done and not nearly enough hours in the day for you to finish it all. Exhaustion already wearing you thin at the thought. You wanted to put your foot down. You really did. But your uncle said he had no other options. Your aunt refused to make the trip, and your uncle didn't have a car thanks to the traffic accident he got into a few weeks after the divorce got finalized. No one else but you could make the journey. Wouldn't have been so bad if not for your aunt. Dealing with her was another matter entirely. Once you showed up and told her you were there to transport the guns, she kept screaming every time you tried loading them into the car. You were to restrain her when she kept trying to lunge for the trunk, arguing your uncle wouldn't know if one or two were missing. When you refused to budge on the matter, she became inconsolable and ran inside of her trailer, confining herself inside the small squat bathroom for a full hour. When she returned, her demeanor returned to normal. Well, at least for her. Relatives are weird, man. Speaking of weird, how long was this stretch of highway again? You could have sworn it was a heck of a lot shorter the first go-around. Not to mention you're flat out starving. You haven't eaten in several hours. You regret not stopping by the gas station 50 miles back, actively choosing to ignore the huge warning sign that said, next gas station in 100 miles in bright red font in all caps. Terrible decision considering the gnawing in your stomach. You mull over your lack of options, wondering if any fries are lodged between car seats, because you're that hungry, when something in the distance catches your attention. You squint trying to figure out what exactly you're seeing, but the sun blinds you. You blink and rub the spots out of your eyes. Forget it. Whatever it is, you're already coming up on it. As your car eats up the distance, you make out the shape of a large lumbering figure walking alongside the side of the road with their thumb jutted out and raised above their head at the sound of your oncoming car. Huh. What's someone doing all the way out here? A rumble permeates deep within your gut that's borderline piercing. Your stomach demands sacrifice. Sorry, buddy, you don't have time to pick up a stranger. Not to mention you were always warned about away from hitchhikers as a kid. Or at least you think you were. Every kid has that talk with their parents at some point, right? That aside, letting this man reeks of future trouble, just like the smell of your engine. Which kind of smells like rotting eggs. You should really get that checked out. Just as you're pulling up right behind him, set on your decision, you notice a distinct limp to his walk and blood blooming out from his pant leg. Seeing his injury causes guilt to settle in your already empty stomach, weighing it down. He's clearly hurt and needs help, and there's no one for miles. You wrestle with your lack of option when he suddenly collapses into a heap on the side of the road. Shit. There goes your self-preservation. You park just a ways ahead of him and rip off your seatbelt before launching out of the driver's seat, hoping he's okay as you approach him with hurried steps. Oh, he's just fine. Oh yeah, you should have kept driving. All out in the open road like this, you should have kept driving. Okay, chat? Keep driving. When you reach him, you fall to your knees and gently shake his shoulder, only to garner no response. Come on, please be okay. You lean down and press your head against his chest. You feel it rise and fall, noting the reassuring thump of a steady heartbeat. Why? Why? Just check his pulse with your fingers. Good, he's still breathing. But what made him pass out? His injury or the sun, or a combination of both? You sit back up and gently try pressing the back of your hand to his forehead. He's blistering hot to the touch. A worried crease forms between your eyebrows. Sir? Sir, can you hear me? He rolls his head, muttering something under his breath. But he's conscious at the very least. Another good sign. Don't worry, sir. I'm going to call for help, okay? You pull out your cell phone, ready to dial the emergency helpline when a hand latches onto your wrist in a vice-like grip, and the man beneath you adjusts himself into a sitting position. You're taken aback by his fierce gaze, dark eyes glaring at you through a veil of purple hair. I like how you wasted no time this time. Don't call anyone. I'm completely fine. Yeah, but... Nails dig into your forearm, biting into your skin to warn you he means business. I said I'm fine. Listen to these sexy man... Okay, game. Okay, I see we have no chill. I'm literally saving over saves I already have. Back from April of last year. Damn. Now it's April of this year. Wow. Let's, I forget which options we picked. Let's, call anyway and stand our ground. He's insane if he thinks you're just gonna let this whole thing slide. He's clearly injured and definitely needs a dressing for that leg. You yank your arm out of his grasp and press the phone to your ear before standing up, turning your back to the man as you glare at the sun beating down at you. Could it be any hotter? There's a click as someone picks up on the other end. Hello, what's your emergency? She's cut off mid-sentence when the hitchhiker plucks the phone out of your grasp and drops it onto the ground. Awkward. He crushes the device beneath a scuffed boot, almost looking bored as he does so. I mean, probably wasn't your best idea, but okay. When he glances up, he offers a beatific smile? Oops! You'll let this pass because I'm so handsome, right? Man of the Year. You recognize those features that spanned across multiple blogs on the internet's stratosphere, from his gleaming white teeth, which were the perfect advertisement for the 10 toothpaste commercials he sponsored, to the scar in his eyebrow that fans obsessed over. From choir boy to cakes, leading vocalist Adam Godin. Spring edition. Spring fashion to catch his eye. Nipples out, boys. 10 tips and tricks affordable options. Get his look. No, I'm good. I actually don't feel like wearing a nipple shirt. I don't want my nips out. Sorry, chat. But next time, okay? The lead singer of Cake stands before you. Belina, don't cheer. Don't peek. Don't peek when I say that. Adam Godin, here in the flesh. And now you also know him as the jackass who just broke your phone that you've spent 3 years in customer service trying to pay off. Hi, Belina. I'm glad you're happy you got to see Nips, though. You open your mouth to demand where he gets off on destroying other people's property when he rushes forward and plunges something into your shoulder. You're caught off guard, his momentum pushing you backwards, and your head cracks painfully against the asphalt. Why? Dazed, you blink up at the man who stands over you as he wipes the blood off his knife by using his shirt as a makeshift handkerchief. There's no time to escape when he directs a cruel smile at you. crawling over your collapsed form with a predatory gleam in his eyes, boxing in your hips between his legs, and trapping you underneath his body as he pins your wrists above your head. He reaches into his back pocket with his free hand to reveal a phone of his own. He taps something on the screen, and all of a sudden you're blinded by light, blinking the spots out of your eyes. Shit, left the flash on. Sorry about that. His expression is not at all apologetic. This son of a bitch. You kick your legs and buck your hips in a valiant effort to toss him off your body, throwing your weight around in hopes that you'll catch him off balance. But he doesn't seem fazed in the slightest. You give up after exhausting yourself. It's useless to consider wasting your energy on something that doesn't work. You'll have to find another way to escape. Once you've settled, Adam taps his phone screen again, and this time there's no blinding light. He stares at the picture he just took for a moment, nods to himself, then shoves his phone into his back pocket, satisfied by whatever he sees. Now, where were we? His cocky attitude makes your blood roll to a boil. Try spitting in his face, but it misses by a landslide, despite how close the shot is. Oh, please don't fall back on my face. He gives a condescending smirk. Someone's testy, but you know, that wasn't very nice. Why don't you try being good for me so we can make this easier on the both of us? How does that sound? The last thing I'm gonna do to my murderer is give him an easy time to kill me, chat. I'm gonna make his life hell for those 5 seconds. Nice went out the window when you stabbed me. Maybe I wouldn't have stabbed you if you listened to me and hung up the phone. Yeah, right. You get the distinct feeling that he's lying through his teeth. You don't peg him as the honest type, considering he's probably got a bunch of skeletons in his closet if he's attacking strangers for the fun of it. What did you want my photo for? Scrapbooking? His face darkens at your retort. How is that any of your business? Surely he's joking. Look at his tense expression. Nope, he's 100% serious. But at least he's not cutting you open like a slab of meat. If you can keep him talking, maybe you'll find a way out of this mess. A present for your dear old mum and dad, then. What a lovely present, showing them your victims' portraits in an effort to show them how their son turned out. Really is the thought that counts. Don't talk about my mother. Oh, does he have mommy issues? No, maybe he has daddy issues. Better yet, maybe both. That'll explain a lot. What about your dad? Can we talk about him? Adam considers you a moment, obviously confused by your cavalier attitude, despite the current situation and the gaping flesh wound on your shoulder, but he's curious enough to see where it leads. What do you want to know about him? This is so random. What do you want to know about my dad? What is it? Last question. What does he know what you do for a living? He looks at you like you're stupid. Everyone knows what I fucking do for a living. What kind of idiotic question is that? You really wish you could slam his head into the concrete. It's not like you want to ask these questions, and you don't genuinely care about his history or his dad. You have other goals in mind. Still, you can't help but note how he's not even answering the question and asking with one of his own instead. Bro, this fucking himbo, man. This fucking himbo over here don't even realize what I just asked. Why is that? You took that thought away in favor of distracting him further. You too close? I haven't seen him in years. You assume that's possibly because of the travels on the road, but it could also hint at those aforementioned daddy issues. Not to mention that doesn't really answer your question. You ever think you'll pay him a visit? Adam's lips draw into a smirk that you can't get a good read on. I intend to. He doesn't elaborate further. Does he know you murder strangers for fun? His gaze narrows. He wants to say something but thinks better of it when he grinds out. Next question. What does he do for a living? He works his jaw, seemingly uninterested in the question. He works as a preacher for my hometown church back in Tennessee. Ah, a fan of the big guy in the sky, eh? I'm guessing you went to church a lot as a kid. Adam considers you a moment. Ah, so that's your angle. I'm sorry. You gasp as his nails dig into your wounded shoulder. Tears prick at the corner of your eyes, threatening to spill over, and you have to bite your lip to keep them in place. No way will you let this man get the self-satisfaction of seeing you cry. You want to keep me talking until you can think of an escape plan, is that it? Well, I'm sorry to inform you, but that won't happen. We're alone. I'm armed with a knife, and this highway is almost always deserted. Very few cars drive along this highway, and the only reason people tend to travel here is for nefarious means, or out of sheer desperation. I would know. This place was scoped out ahead of time. In other words, you're majorly screwed out of luck if you think someone's going to witness your murder. It gives you a sadistic grin. But you know what? Why not? I'll play this game for a little while longer. There's nothing better than giving someone like you the hope that someone will come by and magically save you, only to rip the rug out from underneath that pathetic mindset of yours as I slit your throat. He leans closer, his eyes flashing red. And in the end, you'll just be another worthless corpse discarded on the side of the road, right where you belong. What interests me is he had a phone and he found us. Like, we are a target. What about us makes us a target? All of your shitty choices leading you here, leading straight to me. Though if we're going down the wheelhouse of what my dad thinks, then maybe this was just destiny. I think it was revealed at the end of day 3, but I'm not exactly sure. He allows the tips of his free hand to glide along your cheek before roughly grasping your chin. Seeing you, maybe he was actually onto something. Some people are just born fucked up. As fucked up as stabbing a stranger who tried helping you. Trying to convince me that you acted on the kindness in your heart. You would have kept driving had I not collapsed and forced your hand. What does that mean? Yeah, you were walking. I'm a woman. That's dangerous. Right, Chad? That's terrible. But a collapsed man is a weak man. Apparently not, though. Not to mention, we're all guilty of sin. Of something. Some of us more than others. Insane. This man is literally insane. You're suspecting he just wants any reason to kill you and justify his actions in his own mind. But getting back onto the topic of my dad. It's pretty funny. Despite being a firm believer in his religion, my dad thought that destiny and fate play a big role in our everyday lives. He said that, while some things are in our control, there are some things we can't change based on the fact that God preordained it. Those things being obstacles put in our path, made by God to teach us life lessons. A test of sorts, you could say. His nails bite into your wound, and you bite your lip so hard it bleeds. He smirks, taking pleasure in dragging out his toy's agony. Now tell me something. Do you believe in destiny? Oh shit, what? Yes, lie, no, honest. Yes, lie. I'm sure he'll like lying. You lie, thinking your answer will appease him. Yes. The corner of his lips kick upward, and for a moment you think you've answered the question correctly, that is, till he withdraws his knife again. Adam leans close, lips brushing against your earlobe in a low, seductive voice. You're lying. He shifts back to his original kneeling position and drags the knife along your neck in one swift, practiced movement. Blood spills down your chest, soaked up by the ground underneath you. You gag on your own blood, choking on it. You barely register the taste of copper as your body starts to convulse, yet desperately fighting for survival all the same as your legs kick out in a frantic effort to stave off the lack of oxygen. There's so much blood, and the man sitting on top of you watches with some sort of sick fascination as you struggle. There's not an ounce of regret reflected in those eyes of his. The only thing you see is vindication, and now the only person who can save you is yourself. Try to lift your arms to press your hands against the gaping wound, a vain attempt at piecing the torn flesh back together, but you're so weak that he easily pins your arms at your sides and tuts like a teacher disappointed in their rebellious student. Tut tut tut. There's no use in fighting the inevitable. Just let it happen. He lets go of your wrists, and you have no choice but to obey. You don't have the strength for another attempt. You watch in resigned horror as the edges of your vision turn dark, like the edges of a letter being burned and leaving nothing but black ash in their wake. You whimper in fear, and he shushes you, pressing a finger to your lips. It's okay. This is a natural part of the process. It'll be over soon. And besides, there's a place for liars such as yourself in the afterlife, at least according to my father. I Can't speak on whether or not it's true, but hey, look at it this way. You'll find out soon enough. And if it does just so happen to exist, I'm sure you'll fit right in. I think we died. Bad in 2! Liar, liar. Oh, that's a good movie with Jim Carrey. Wow, I didn't know that was him. Well, everyone, I'm glad we replayed this game. See you in the next video. Yeah, let's reload this one. Let's run it back. I think we also missed the first bad ending, so let's just listen to the sexy man. You bite your lip before ultimately deciding to lower your phone and listen. He seems coherent at the very least. Alright, but at least let me take a look at that leg. Oh, we're gonna consider dating this person. What do you think I just picked? Sexy man. You offer him a smile and he visibly relaxes at your compliant nature and nods, leaning back so you can roll up his pant leg and examine the damage lying underneath. Not an easy task considering the, fit of his jeans, but you manage to wrangle it up to his thigh where the wound lies. Oh my god. He's wearing leather pants? Blood congeals on his thigh. Can't help but wince at the sight, unable to even see the extent of the injury because there's so much. You need to clean it off. Well, wait right here. You say and then head over to your car, locating the box cutter knife hidden beneath the driver's seat. You flick out the blade and then get to work on cutting the bottom half of your shirt, chopping off a decent-sized strip of fabric in order to suit your needs. Then you grab the now lukewarm water bottle and douse the makeshift rag until it's nice and soaked. Finished grabbing what you need, you toss the box cutter back into the car before returning to the hitchhiker. Hitchhiker looks up upon hearing your encroaching footsteps. You watch as his eyes widen into the equivalent of large saucers. His lips slightly parted in surprise as his gaze zeroes in on the newly exposed patch of skin. He studies the shape of your body, tracing over each detail with his with new eyes. You grow flustered at the attention, but you also don't hate it. It's nice in a way. Whoa, hey, stop that, you! Stop! Why is he doing that? What? You're a little disappointed when he averts his gaze, wondering if you misinterpreted the situation, until he bites at his bottom lip as if he's done something inappropriate. Nice. Your heart flutters at the implications. His reaction's kind of cute. You lower yourself down to him and try to ignore the blush spreading across your own cheeks. He's really attractive. Something you couldn't help but notice when you rushed to his side and saw that intense expression, like an arrow striking through your helpless and vulnerable little heart. But that's not the only thing that garnered your attention. This man. He's Adam, the lead singer of Cake. You already wondered what someone was doing all the way out here, but for him to be a famous singer of all people, the question really nags at you. So, you say slowly, trying to keep your tone conversational. Couldn't help but notice this. You're Adam, right? The hitchhiker hesitates before nodding. Okay, so I don't mean to sound rude, but what in the world landed you all the way out here in the middle of nowhere, asking strangers for rides? Adam rubs the back of his neck, his response sheepish. I accidentally wound up in a ditch a few miles back and forgot my phone at the studio, so getting a hold of anyone was out of the question. Figured on the off chance that someone drove by, I could bum a ride. You digest his response with consideration, turning it over in your head like a Rubik's Cube. The explanation makes sense, and now knowing who he is, you can understand why he wouldn't want emergency services showing up, considering the possible media storm his injury could fire up if the wrong people found out. No wonder he got so tense when you called. Damn. Poor guy. No! No! I don't think anyone would... I don't think if you're famous or not, you'd probably still want an ambulance. Though if you're honest with yourself, this entire scenario kind of feels like something ripped out of a bad piece of fan fiction. Yeah, it's your reality. Heh. When your eyes drifts up to his, an angelic smile softens his features. I'm so lucky you showed up when you did. When he leans closer, he draws your hand away from his injured leg, gently clasping your hands between his, and your breath launches in your throat. You're a lifesaver. Jesus. No wonder his fans go absolutely feral. You thought most celebrities put on a show for the world around them, but Adam's exactly how he presents himself on TV. No, he's not. Kind, down to earth, sweet. As you let go of your hands, you urge your pounding heart to calm down by concentrating on the conversation at hand, returning your focus back to cleaning his injured thigh. Wow, we're just so gullible, aren't we? It doesn't help considering how defined it is, just like the rest of him. Clear your throat and try doing the same with your thoughts. Oh, was the crash how you got hurt? Adam shakes his head. His gaze remains fixated on your hands, working to wipe away the blood. I cut my thigh open while hiking with my friends a couple of weeks ago. One of the tree branches was poking out while me and my friend were roughhousing. Excuse me, what? Roughhousing? Turns out the branch was just a little too sharp, and when he accidentally pushed me into it, I got this as a souvenir. Doctor stitched me up, but I guess I tore it back open once I started walking. He chuckles to himself. I didn't even notice, if you can believe it. You're surprised to hear this, considering he's got a performance going on later tomorrow night. Surely he should let it heal before going back up on stage. Well, hopefully when I drive you back to town, we can find you a doctor and get it taken care of. Sorry I can't do anything else to help. Don't worry. You've helped more than you know. You flush at his praise. The smoothness of his voice and the way he says that makes you feel the things you haven't felt in a long time. In places you haven't felt in a long time. Jesus, how down bad are we? You attempt to focus on the task at hand, wiping away the thick congealed blood, but it's hard to concentrate when all you can think about is the fact that your hands are brushing against his thighs, and you're so close to... What is bro bricked up right now? Oh gosh, you're turning beet red from the thought alone. But maybe he feels the same way? Wait, is this how we survive? Considering how he went slack-jawed at the sight of your midriff, you're safe to assume he holds some form of attraction towards you. You're not wrong in thinking that, right? Nibbling at your bottom lip, you peer up at him and find his gaze locked onto your hands with blistering intensity. Can't tell if he wants to rip your hands off his leg or guide them towards other, more intimate places. The heat warming your body desires the latter. And so do your swirling thoughts. Something wrong. His gaze suddenly flicks upward and you jump, flustered that he's caught you staring. I just woke up from that, I'm so hyped. Well, you're lucky, we're still in the day one. You did miss the new prologue that they made, though. They had a whole new prologue, Octo. Flustered that he's caught you staring. Nothing. Just a little dazed is all, probably because of the heat. You duck your head and redirect your attention downward, ignoring the horny devil rampaging inside of you, and no doubt destroying a city or two in its wake. Suck his dick! But he's still watching you, his expression borderline piercing. Pull his pants down! Can't tell if that's a good or bad thing. Honestly, if we pulled his pants down, I doubt he could murder us. Feels like he's studying every movement, from the way your hands glide across his skin, down to noting each intake of breath. You try not to squirm. Getting back on track, you start to notice something strange about the blood coating his leg. Chips and peels away like dried paint around the edges. And as you uncover more, you expect to find a gaping wound with remnants of stitches sewn along the edges, but instead you find smooth skin underneath. What the... You go to look up, right as the man withdraws a small silver knife tucked into the waistband of his jeans before lunging at you. Ah! Why? You don't even have time to react before he brings the weapon down to your chest, causing your back to arc and your eyes to bulge in shock at the sudden turn of events. Sudin. Ow! Wait, this is new, right? This is good. One moment, he was so sweet, and now... Confusion and terror battle in your mind for dominance. Ah! Adrenaline pumps in your veins as you try fending him off, your hands getting slashed in the process, causing blood to run down your arms in rivulets. Blood splatters against your face, droplets getting into your eyes and nearly blinding you. He's too strong. But you don't want to die. You don't want to die, so you have to stop him. What did I do wrong? You're practically screaming the words at him, scratching at his chest, his face, anywhere you can dig your nails into when he gives you the opportunity by pulling the knife out from where he stabbed you through the palm of your open hand. He scoffs at your feeble attempts to fight him off. Tears brim at your eyes as your knees pin down your already weakening arms, restraining you in place. That once beautiful face now appears demonic in your eyes as he raises the knife, the silver gleaming in the sunlight as he brings it up, before plunging it into your exposed chest, over and over again. Ouch. Ow! Ow! Your world fades to complete and utter darkness as one final tear escapes your eyes in the wake of your own death. Your question will forever remain unanswered. Or will it? Bad End 1, too promiscuous. Alright, chat. Life advice number 2. Don't stop for anybody on the highway. Number 1, don't get on your knees for the guy that you stopped over for. Okay, don't get on your knees for him. You gotta wait a few dates for that, okay? Let him take you out to dinner first before you get on your knees, girlies. Okay? Goes for the guys, too. Okay. No. We saw this. We saw... Okay. Alright. I don't want... I'm sorry, Hermit. I don't want to watch the credits again. Hermit, please! Please! We saw them already! Okay, well... Okay, well, maybe you're not wrong. Let's go back. Let's see what we can do different this time. Let's be honest. Your uncle always says honesty is the best policy no matter the circumstances. Sure, it might get you killed here, but he's probably already planning on doing that anyway. No. You admit through clenched teeth. I don't. Especially when people like you exist. Because what sick, mystical bullshit would send me to someone like you as a test? You shake your head, aggravated by the thought. Just foreplay. I saw foreplay in my chat and I was like, forethought. Stabbing is just foreplay? In this route it is. Don't worry. You're sure there are some people out there who use destiny or even God as a means to console themselves whenever life goes wrong by saying that's all part of some bigger plan. As for you, the one thing you believe in is the power of free will. And you believe that shitty people do shitty things, and sometimes things go wrong that no one can control. Just like you used your own free will to try and help Adam, you used his to stab you. No outside force involved. No destiny, or fate, or God controlling either of your actions. Just a single twisted man who clearly enjoys others' suffering. Is that so? Adam says before staring down at you for a moment, dissecting you with his eyes as he processes your words. Oh, I'm dissecting him with my eyes too, buddy. Feel like one of those dead frogs they use in biology class to teach teenagers how bodies work and function, with your limbs all splayed out and pinned at your sides, ripe for organ harvesting. You wait for him to slice you wide open in response to giving the wrong answer, but to your surprise, he doesn't. Funny. I thought you'd try to lie and appease me. Usually when I ask someone at my mercy a question, they try telling me what they think I want to hear. But I actually prefer honesty, even if our views differ, because people who lie, those are the ones that piss me off the most. So you believe in destiny? Why does that not surprise me? Oh, I don't. I was just curious to see how you'd answer. You wanted to get to know me after all, even if it was just to buy time. I figured I'd still extend the same courtesy. But he tilts your chin up with his thumb and forefinger so you can meet his gaze. His breath dusts the shell of your ear when he leans closer. Aren't you happy? Knowing that you're the only person alive who knows this about me. I'd say that makes you pretty special in my eyes. Wow, narcissistic much. Wow. Your head shifts so you can catch his gaze. That cocky smirk still tugging at his lips. At least at this angle, he's no longer breathing in your ear like he's some dude running an ASMR channel and you're the binaural microphone. Seriously, you'd rather get stabbed again than have him breathing in your ear. Sorry. Oh, I bet you say that to all your victims. His eyes narrow at your sarcasm, and he draws back, which spurs you on because he's at least out of your personal space, and you couldn't stop yourself at this point even if you tried. I truly am the luckiest person alive. I don't deserve you or your kindness. You really aren't like the other serial killers He reclaims his knife before burying it back into the same wound like you're his personal knife block. You gasp, your back arching from the pain. Arching? Fuck, that hurts. You grind your teeth as he withdraws his knife once more, examining the fresh blood coating the blade. Okay, Ghost, line up. Alright, Ghost, I got my knife. At least he's scowling now after getting knocked down a peg. I appreciate honesty to an extent, but you'll fare better if you keep your mouth shut. Make me. A childish retort in the grand scheme of things, but you'll be damned if he's getting the last word in edgewise. Adam's expression twists and he angles the blade high above his head, before driving the knife back down towards your sternum with the most cold-blooded expression. What the hell, Ghost? Why don't I get to murder you? I want to murder. I want a stabby stab. Let me do a stab. You know what? You're not getting a choice. I'm gonna stab you. After the waterboard. Thanks to your playground taunt, he fully intends on killing you now. I don't care. I'm gonna stab you. You too now, Octo. You get a stab. You all get a stab. You have to think quickly and throw him off to ensure your survival. Claw at his eyes and kiss him. Questions. Let's claw at his eyes. This'll work. You wanted me to kiss him? No, chat. No, I'm sorry. You lurch forward as far as you can and try to jab your thumbs into his eyes. He scoffs and easily grabs your wrists, pinning your hands above your head in one swift movement. Using his weight against you, you're nose to nose, and you could see the glint of red in those psychotic eyes of his. He's grinning like a madman. Never pegged you for the violent type. It's not really becoming of you, if I'm being honest. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't expecting it. You struggle to breathe with the full weight of his chest bearing down on yours. He's enjoying your weak attempts to fend him off. Adam's acting like the equivalent of a cat toying with a mouse. He's batting you around until he's satisfied enough with your suffering to sink his teeth in. Okay, that's actually a lie. I expect you to cry first, and then fight back when crying didn't work. So how about it? Why don't you cry for me? No more crying. No, fuck you. You gasp as something sharp drills into your side and wedges into your flesh like a butcher trying to split apart a slab of meat. Tears prick at the corners of your eyes. There's a sickening squelching sound, his knife no doubt, tearing through something vital, blood bubbling from your lips, down your chin, and dripping onto the asphalt. You're trembling from both adrenaline and the knowledge that you aren't making out of this alive. Well, isn't this unfortunate? Adam murmurs. Not even an ounce of fight left in you. I guess I should have swapped my initial prediction of how you'd respond. Fight first, then cry. His lips tug up at the corners, but there's nothing behind his eyes that conveys any sort of humor. For some reason, you find only cold and bitter emptiness. You've become so boring and predictable that I guess I'll have to just end both of our misery by gunning you like the violent piece of shit you are. Hold still, okay? Your bottom lip trembles as he drives his knife down the center of your body, starting from your chest and slicing down all the way to your belly button in one swift motion. Wow. You'd scream, but whenever you try breathing, more blood clots the inside of your throat, flooding your lungs. Agony rips through you like a volt of catastrophic lighting, vision turning pure white, and you try blinking, but you find your eyelids aren't cooperating. No part of your body operates like it should. You know, Adam's voice flitters through the field of white. I almost thought you were interesting, maybe even a little bit cute. But that vicious personality of yours changed my mind. You feel him adjust himself over your limp body, and can only assume he's raising his blade overhead again. I'm glad to rid the world of a violent person like you. The blade embeds itself onto your chest, piercing straight through to your heart. The world goes quiet, and you fade into oblivion. Bad End 3! Oh, lovely! Great! I'm glad we got that out of the way. He wanted a kissy kiss, he says as he stabs us. Well, that, you know, that's artistic, you know. Okay, let's just load up before this ends. No. I don't feel like watching the credits one more time, okay? Belina, don't salute! Kiss him. Chat, rule number 3. If you do pull over for someone, if you do think they're sexy, okay? And they're pinning you down, about to murder you, kiss him. Big sloppy too, okay? You grit your teeth through the pain. It's the first thing that pops into your head. Before you can react, you grab him by the scruff of his shirt and pull him down. Caught off balance, he drops his knife and braces his hands on the ground on either side of you, unable to avoid your waiting mouth. His eyes go comically wide as your lips touch. The barest whisper of a kiss that causes his body to go completely rigid. He's bricked up, but not long enough for you to grab his knife and go for his jugular. Well, shit. You're no doubt dead by now. You wait for him to shove you away and to scrub his mouth clean of you, to drive his mouth down in disgust at your lame attempt at a distraction. What you don't expect is for him to return your kiss with desperate urgency. Don't make that face. Don't make the face. His mouth slants against yours, softening to the equivalent of his melted butter, urging you to open your mouth in tandem with his. He's shaking uncontrollably, like a leaf caught in the wind. Oh, he's an early... Oh, okay. He's a man who's clearly sought thrill from murder, but from the looks of it, hasn't experienced much, if any, intimate human interaction. You found an undeniable weakness. He's so distracted, eyelids fluttering in pure unabashed pleasure, that you take the opportunity to reach for the knife. Don't notice. Keep your focus on me. You're silently begging him to remain unaware, to remain trapped, enraptured by your kiss. You're afraid he'll feel your erratic heartbeat climbing and just know that something's off. A fingertip brushes against the handle, followed by a second. Then when your third goes to join, it hits something. A small rock, which skitters against the ground. God damn it, dude! Adam goes to lift his hand, lips parting from yours, his eyebrows furrowed in confusion, to see where the source of the noise came from. When your hand wraps around the handle as your heart thunders in your chest. His eyes goes wide as he comes to the realization of what you're doing. But it's too late, because you put all of your rage and strength into drilling the knife deep enough into his side in order to incapacitate him. Hell yeah! Fuck this guy up! Yeah, brother. You think I'm the type of girl to take it from a man? We're pegging your ass tonight. You grind your teeth as you tear through his flesh with the metal of the blade. The blood soaking through your shirt that's no longer just your own, coating your hand and arms as you try to dig deeper in an effort to maim him. Adam cries out as you give him a taste of his own medicine. Ha, little bitch boy. Take that, asshole. Caught off balance, you use the golden opportunity to shove him off of you. One of his arms darts out, his other hand resting at his side from where you embedded the knife, right as you roll just out of reach. You lock gazes for a moment. You're both panting, and you can see his confusion giving way to outrage. To hate. Well, the feeling's fucking mutual, but there's no way in hell you're sticking around to give him another chance at killing you. When he goes to move again, you grab a fistful of dirt, pocket sand, from the side of the road that you managed to roll onto and fling it into his eyes and face. Pocket sand, bitch! I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye. He manages to block it with his arm, but by the time he looks up, you're already throwing yourself into the driver's seat of your car. You hear him calling after you. Yeah, fucking right, man. You hear him say your name. How does he know that? Shoving the thought aside, you rev the engine and hear the frantic crunch of footsteps approaching your car. His voice is snarl as he almost reaches where you're parked. But it's too late, because you're getting the fuck out of here and flooring it, putting pedal to the metal, watching as he continues to try and limp after you, still impossibly fast despite his injury. You watch as he gets smaller and smaller, before disappearing completely. Yeah, that is the quickest way to kill a boner, guys. The adrenaline pumping through your veins causes your body to shake, heart struggling against your ribcage. For hours on end, you drive, and you don't stop, your eyes darting over to your rearview mirror to see if he somehow managed to teleport into your back seat, afraid he'll finish the job. Can't stop thinking about how he knew your name. Yeah, I should have ran over him? I know, right? Why wouldn't we just back that shit up? Why wouldn't we just turn the car around? Fucking run his ass over, dude. Send him flying. You don't remember mentioning it, so how? Swallowing hard and seeing your home city on the horizon, you remind yourself that it doesn't matter because... I'm okay now. I'm okay now. Yeah, we're good. You say, gripping the steering wheel so hard your knuckles turn white, biting your lip so hard it bleeds. I'm okay. I'm good. Him. New perspective. Parkbend, Arizona, 8:15 p.m. Dower Hotel. Adam manages to return to his hotel room without much trouble after making a singular phone call. Nips out, bro. He's lucky you didn't hit anything vital. Just a flesh wound that he managed to stitch together himself, the action of pushing a needle through skin like second nature at this point. He lies back on the king-sized mattress, spent from walking under the crisp sun and actually getting hurt in the process. Man, his nipples are so shiny. Bro literally walks around with, like, nipple tassels for real, okay? Everything feels ticklish since that kiss from hours earlier. Like his nerve endings are standing on end, hypersensitive to everything he touches, making him hyper-aware of the world around him. Dude. Belina, your emotes are hilarious. I love when you use them. He absentmindedly strokes his own bottom lip. Excuse me, you stroking it right now? Fuck. He can still taste you. Feel you. Your body pressed against his, the way you moved beneath him now a permanent stamp on his consciousness. He wants to see you again. To touch you. To kiss you. To claim you. To mark you. Unwarranted images of you invade his mind. His fingers skim down his chest alongside his belly, imagining your hands instead of his own. He is down bad, bro! He slowly unbuttons his jeans, unable to take this corrosive heat burning inside of him. It's horrible. He feels like he's going to go mad if he doesn't do something quick. Adam needs to get you out of his system, and he's desperate to take that step despite the fact that it's something he's never even tried when a woman's face flashes behind his closed eyelids. She stares at Adam in disappointment, tears cascading down her cheeks and over her cuts and scars. Just like him, she mouths. You think of mommy? Adam gasps as his eyes snap open and he rips his hands away from his zipper. Tears prick at the corner of his eyes as he's filled with disgust for nearly caving into his carnal desires. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, definitely mommy. Your face flashes behind his closed eyelids. Sun illuminates your frame like you're an angel descending from the heavens. Stop it. You pull him down again. You kiss him. You make him feel things he should not. The feelings he hates and despises so fucking much. Again, he sees a vision of the woman crying. Sees her devastation as he gives in to the one sin that destroyed the world around them. The one sin that took away everything he held dear. After you promised me. Enough. He chokes out a sob and curls onto the fetal position, wishing he could bleed you out of his pores and untaint himself. But you left your mark. But you left your mark. If he wants to get rid of this fever, his ache, this disease burning within him, he needs to locate the source and destroy it by tearing it out by the root. Adam calms himself down by taking a deep, concentrated breath. The plan begins to formulate in his mind. As long as he retains focus on his original goal, he can handle these odd, burgeoning feelings that overwhelm and threaten to break him. When he opens his eyes, they shine with a determined gleam. Adam promises himself right then and there that he's going to find you again. Chapter 2! 1:43 a.m. Triple question mark. Adam only requires a cheap lockpicking kit bought off of the Amazon to break into your apartment. Excuse me! A weak defense, all things considered. Did you really think this would keep him out? It's almost too easy the way he steps inside, pausing next to your coat rack to allow his eyes time to adjust in the darkness. Is this his ninja pose? I forgot about this pose. This one kind of reminds me of like some kind of ninja, like, oh yes. He scans the room, observing your ratty couch and cheap coffee table that you keep propped up on one side by using a few hardcover books to keep it level after one of the legs got broken off. Damn, we're so poor. Leave me alone, man. He wonders briefly if you started a sewing project of sorts when his eyes catch on something far more interesting. It's your bedroom door left ajar. He slips out of his boots and places them next to yours, like a husband returning home from work, preparing to join his spouse in bed. It's almost too intimate in that way. He hates the feelings it gives him. Yeah, why did you take off your boots? What? But he needs to stay quiet, and wearing large, clunky boots would reveal his presence. He wants to surprise you. You could have just not worn clunky boots here to catch you off guard. Like how you managed to catch him off guard with that kiss on the highway. He'll never forgive you for it. Yeah, he needs the light-up Skechers. Blood red, though. Only the thrill of the hunt manages to subdue any of his base desires, snuffling out his impure thoughts that might overwhelm him, like they did the first time you kissed. Makes him feel vulnerable. Defenseless, even. Last time he allowed himself to feel this defenseless, his entire world was torn out from beneath him. But never again. You're just a forbidden fruit that almost tricked him into taking a bite. Ironic. Adam whispers under his breath, wanting to laugh at how his name suits him. Did his father know? Did he believe he'd grow up and become just like him? Do what's right. A broken voice whispers with a hiss from the darkness that almost sounds like static. Don't follow the same path. Her words encourage him to move forward with determined footsteps. I tried my best to protect you from him. She steals his resolve. He's going to kill the one who tainted him and become pure again. You're a roadblock, a parasite, and one that he's meant to overcome. Is he gonna call his mom? His mom is literally right behind him. He's got mommy problems and daddy problems. That's why he has an OnlyFans account. Adam positions himself in front of the door, wondering what awaits him. By the way, I'm not a hater. Yeah, I'd be subscribed to Adam's, for sure. I gotta see those shiny nips every day. Are you planning something? Or are you really naive enough to think you'd be safe after you escaped the first time? Surely you're prepared for me, aren't you? His melodic voice carries into your bedroom, but garners no response. Do you have a gun aimed at my head? A bat next to your nightstand? Or did you call the cops? Again, no answer. Now's your chance. Kill me before I kill you. He's taunting you. Probably because of the way memories of that kiss taunts him. Still, you don't play into his games. He grows tired of waiting. It's now or never. Adam draws out the knife tucked into the waistband of his jeans. Your blood from the other day still coats the silver blade, the color transformed into a deep reddish brown because he can't bring himself to wash it until he uses it to take your life. This single action, the taking of your life with this blade, will bring everything full circle. At last, he'll be free. Adam notices a small bed tucked into the corner of the bedroom, the light from a nearby window with the blinds lifted allowing moonlight to spill through and illuminate the massive blankets where you potentially lie. They shift, a surefire sign that you or someone else is there. Adam approaches the bed and, without hesitation, he rips the blanket off your body, letting it fall to the floor. You startle awake, your eyes latching onto his, your expression dazed and confused by the sudden force to which you were awakened with, earning yourself a cruel smile from Adam. How did you not know he'd come here? That your escape wouldn't save you from him? You really are naive. He thought you were smarter than this, and it's insulting that you managed to escape him, acting this fucking stupid. How could someone like this? You sit up and what remains of the other blanket pools around your waist. Adam jerks back with a start, dropping his knife in the process as he's caught off guard by your exposed body presented before him. Before he can move away or even collect himself, you grab his wrist and tug him forward. Two of you fall onto the bed with Adam on top, and you sprawled out beneath him, your eyes half-lidded and your lips parted like you were trying to seduce him again. And god damn it, it's working. Yet while knowing this, he still can't help but let you drown him in the blood, red of your lust. In the middle of your heated exchange, you stare down at him, a deity perched over their royal throne. He shudders under your gaze, vulnerable and slick with sweat. He's breathless as he asks, "Why did you stop?" "Because I'm curious." Your body shifts and he grits his teeth, holding back a soft whimper, his hands going to your hips, as if holding you will ground him. A smirk tugs at the corner of your lips. "Do you like this? Do you like what I'm doing to you?" Adam nods. "Yes. God, yes. He's never felt so good in his fucking life." Adam swallows thickly, eyelashes fluttering, unable to concentrate, but forcing himself to pay attention to your next words. "Do you want me?" Adam answers before he can even think about what he's saying. "Yes." Bro crumbled. Bro crumpled within seconds. These fucking incels, man. "How much do you want me?" "More than fucking anything." "One last question. Finally. Do you still want to kill me?" Adam stares up at you. "Hey, yo." Yes. Yes, of course he does. Killing you means he's done his job and he can sleep peacefully at night knowing you'll no longer hurt the people around you. He opens his mouth, then closes it. "Yes. Just say yes." He tries again and fails miserably. You continue staring at him, patient while you wait for your answer, your body still hovering over his. Maybe he just doesn't want you to stop. Is that it? Like he's afraid you'll stop making him feel good for giving what's obviously the wrong answer. But no, that's not it either. As soon as you touched him, the burning still exists within him. That's a fact. It always will. But the burning transformed into something else. Something that ignites whenever you touch his skin. I don't know. The mattress begins to sink inward under Adam's weight, cutting him off. He doesn't even have time to process what's happening before the bed swallows him whole and leaves him in suffocating darkness. Tries crawling around him, but he's immobile, almost like a sleep paralysis demon, is holding him down and keeping him locked in a place with no escape. Air finally touches his back, and then he's falling and hitting solid ground, his back hitting soft tile. Managing to pick himself up from where he crash landed, he finds himself stuck in the middle of an all-too-familiar kitchen, sporting his old Sunday best. "Excuse me? He's a brunette?" Wow, Nan's a chronic liar. Everything about this man is a lie. I bet he spray paints his nipples red. Managing to pick himself up from where he crash landed, he finds himself stuck in the middle of an all-too-familiar kitchen and sporting his old Sunday best. Catches sight of his reflection in a nearby window. Green! No! His hair is brown again, untouched by his purple dye and his scar. His hands gently graze his eyebrow. It's gone. No, it's actually right there. I can see it, right? You can all see that scar, right? Adam studies the room, turning into a slow, horrified circle. From the aging rose wallpaper to the collection of magnets used to pin up a child's colorful drawings on the fridge, Adam knows exactly where he stands. Is this a little loud, by the way? Maybe I just a tiny bit down. A soft dripping sound catches his attention. His eyes drift over to the source, off to his left where a small square kitchen table sits flanked by 3 wooden chairs. Oh, hi, Cheese. We're playing a yandere visual novel. Yandere. Each chair is given a hand-stitched cushion to soften the otherwise uncomfortable seating arrangement. A few of them dusted with what looks like stray flower petals. His heart launches in his throat, his hands clenched at his sides as he gets closer and sees the familiar flowers practically overflowing off of the table, his shoes crushing one underfoot. His voice comes out choked as he picks up one by the stem. White aster flowers. This flecks of red dotting the petals like someone splattered them with paint. He used to collect these as a kid. They grew right behind his house in a wide open field where he liked to roam when his father wasn't home, the floral scent carried by the wind. He remembers carrying fistfuls home before handing them over to the person who was his entire world back then, watching as her lingering sadness washed away. She placed them inside of a milk jar since they couldn't afford proper vases. And the smile that she gave him meant everything to him. He whispers her name, before crying out as his fingers start to burn and he drops the flowers. He examines his burnt hand, finding red welts on his fingers before peering down at the flower. The petals blacken as if set on fire, but he doesn't see any flames as he watches it die and crumble into ash, realizing that the ones still on the kitchen table are all doing the same. When there's nothing left of the aster flowers, only a single piece of parchment paper remains. He takes a reflexive step back. He recognizes the handwriting, the looping script almost mocking him. It's then that he sees something fall from the ceiling. A small droplet. It splatters against the piece of paper on impact, red bleeding through the page. Drip, drip, drip. His blood runs cold as he finally realizes this is the source of the noise he heard earlier. If this place is what he thinks it is, then above him. He can't bring himself to look up. The fresh scent of copper flooding his senses, knowing the smell by heart after all the slaughters he's done. Normally he'd thrive off of the smell, but this... His legs give out and he digs his palms into his eyes so hard that he sees stars in the darkness. He can't look up. He refuses to acknowledge it. Someone hums next to his ear and he flinches away, refusing to drop his hands, but the person persists. You don't want to face me. When he refuses to answer, the humming switches to his other ear, and then the singer asks a second question. Can you even look to see how deeply you've hurt me? Clawed fingers try dragging his hands away from his eyes. Oh God! Smash. Sharp nails dig into his wrists, biting as they force him to finally drop his hands and look at the owner of the voice. A cold, dead corpse stares at him with bloodshot eyes, their whites glazed over by a grayish film. Her skin is sickly in color, and slightly bloated, a bubbling red foam spilling from her parted lips as she cocks her head at an unnatural angle, her wet clumped hair tickling Adam's face. The dripping sound is closer now, and he realizes it's because the cotton dress clinging to her rail-thinned frame is completely soaked through, water dripping onto the floor and soaking through the fabric of his slacks. Oh, ew, gross? You're not a real man! This is a smash! Adam whispers her name with guilt in his heart and terror stained on his soul. Oh! The single action enrages her as her lips peel back into a shriek that shatters the windows and milk glasses used as vases lining the windowsill. Don't call me that. Don't ever call me that again. You betrayed me. You promised me. She says with a gurgling hiss, like she's trying to speak with lungs filled by water. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Look at what he did to me. What they did to me, look! Helpless tears stream down Adam's cheeks as he jerks his face closer to her bruised one. Purple and yellow spots dot the base of her jaw and trail down the slope of her neck, disappearing underneath the torn gown she wears. I'm sorry. He's dragged to his feet by the woman with her hands clamped around his throat. It says drugged, but I don't think she drugged him. Lifting him partially off the ground despite their differences in height and weight. Her arm remains steady as a steel beam. She tightens her grip and Adam remains limp, knowing this is the punishment he deserves for wavering, for betraying her in the vow he made all those years ago. I'm so. She snaps his neck with a sickening twist. Current day. Oh, lovely. I think he was just sleeping. Dower Hotel, 5:01 a.m. Adam catapults out of his nightmare, trembling his eyes darting around the room. The shadows are his inner demons personified, waiting to devour him. And he cries. They hide behind the TV screen, under the bed, in his closet. He can't escape them no matter how hard he tries. Shit. It's just a dream. He needs to calm down. Adam tries thinking about his previous hunts. The thrill of the chase, capturing those deserving of the judgment, cast down upon them and tearing into their flesh, ripping through bone and sinew before watching as their pathetic life fades by his own hand. He feels his muscles easing up, right until he closes his eyes and a vision of the corpse from his dreams make him tense up. His eyes snap open and he can't calm down. Oh, I'm sure his nips are still really bright red underneath that sweater. What? Her words are violence in his ears. You promised me. Look at what he did to me. What they did to me. Bro definitely has mommy issues, by the way. He rips the hotel blanket off his lap before pacing around the quiet of his hotel room. Hi, Lacey. In the bed opposite to him, the figure of his other bandmate, King, sleeps soundly underneath a pile of blankets and amongst a swamp of pillows. At least he's not up to fucking pester him about his pacing or try to lull him into a fucking discussion about his feelings. That's the last thing he needs right now. Doesn't want his or anyone else's pity. He definitely doesn't want them to see how rattled he feels from that dream, no doubt brought on because of you. Thinking about you. He grabs a hold of it, stopping in his tracks as the way his body transitions from fear to pure rage. Blood red is the lust you tried to drown him in. Yes, anger is better than fear. So he directs all of his attention towards you. This, whatever this feeling is, it's all your fault. These feelings, the weird sexual fantasies burdening his dreams are your fault. They won't go away until you're permanently eradicated from this world. He needs to get to you. Now. But there's only one glaring issue. After Adam got dropped off at the hotel, he asked Saffron to keep an eye on your apartment, pay attention to your comings and goings while he called all of the hospitals in the area to check if you admitted yourself for that shoulder wound. He came up empty-handed. None of the hospitals had a patient with your name. And the most frustrating part, according to Saffron, you never came home last night. No one knows where you are. Maybe I just crashed my car. Parkbend, Arizona, 11:30 p.m. Parkbend, isn't that where I came from? Konoku gas station. A bloody mess of gauze and medical tape you bought at the nearest convenience store clog up the unisex bathroom's trash can, covering up used pregnancy tests and sanitary napkins. Dark smudges circle your eyes from lack of proper sleep. The fact that your aunt would curl her lip at, chastising you for not getting your act together despite never holding herself to the same standards. Always a supportive woman, that one. If she'd taken the guns herself, maybe you could worry about your next online show, figure out how to earn more subscriptions than avoiding your apartment like it got infested with cockroaches. But make it a singular cockroach with a knife. Stare at yourself in the bathroom mirror, fighting the exhaustion rooted in your bones, tooth and nail gripping the edges of the sink to even remain upright. A feat in and of itself. Your shoulder, while taken care of for the time being, likely requires stitches instead of the medical equivalent of flex tape. Guy looks like Sebastian from Stardew. Lick. Oh. He kind of does, actually. He fits the vibe. The only difference I would say is that this guy's fucking jacked. But who the fuck can afford medical insurance in this day and age? Also, you know, he's a murderer. Which is just a plus, honestly. Not you, that's who. Damn it all to hell. After circling Parkbend for half an hour and weighing your options between returning home or straight up sleeping in your car, you decide on the latter as the safer bet. You don't really want to risk it for the biscuit by returning home, considering there's a possibility of Adam showing up. The attack itself could have been a one-off incident for a thirsty serial killer hell-bent on getting some kind of action. But if that's the case, what did he take a picture for? How did he know your name? Maybe you're overthinking this. After all, he could be saving them for himself as a sort of memento of the occasion. You really can't be sure. Considering your adrenaline was so high, it's entirely possible you misheard him, mistaking him saying something else for saying your name instead. Maybe it would have been better if... No! You splash yourself with water stained a questionable color in order to perk yourself up. Don't worry, Octo, it's a good thing Geb's the biggest nerd I know. Chin up, chest puffed. That's what your best friend Jay used to say before he moved out of state to pursue his dreams. Plan on taking his advice to heart until you exit the bathroom and meet the gaze of a kid who stares at you with wide-set eyes. He's in the middle of picking his nose and wiping it on his mom's sleeve. What the fuck? He never breaks eye contact. Get away from me! Upon seeing your grossed out expression, he cackles like a hyena. Yep. He's gonna grow up to become a serial killer. That's a Geb. This is Geb as a kid. You bet Adam did the same thing at that age. He put money on it even. Little kid fucking picking his nose. Limited edition cake-inspired scratch tickets inside. Wait, scratch tickets? What? The doorbell jingles as you step out of the air-conditioned gas station and onto the curb. Push that child down. A sudden wave of vertigo hits you like a truck, and you finally lose your ongoing battle with gravity.
2 hours later.
The world's colors bleeding together like a watercolor painting. An arm sweeps out to catch you. You bite back a hiss of pain and hide your wince as your fingers press against your injured shoulder. The owner of the arm smells strongly of antiseptic. Okay, this is really loud. Wait. Excuse me, who the hell are you? Antiseptic, it makes your already queasy stomach want to roll at the scent invading your nostrils. When you look up, soft green eyes paired with a gentleman's smile meet yours. Oh my, I remember this guy. Are you alright, my dear? You look a little ill. Well, yeah. That's what happens when a crazed man attacks someone with minimal access. You know for a fact that Adam's probably off schmoozing in a fancy-dancy hospital that serves steak with shaved bits of gold sprinkled on top, while you're at a Konoku gas station. How unfair is it when a criminal gets better care than their victim? To the gentleman wearing a crisp suit in 100-degree weather, you've seen weirder. You just nod and disentangle yourself from his hold. That's not that weird. Guys who wear suits wear that shit in blistering hot weather, no matter what. Surprisingly, okay, the vest is actually quite hot, but dress shirts are quite airy, honestly. Dress shirts are great. You sway a bit, but manage while he waits until you're stable enough to let go. I love how we got more smash out of it. We got a smash. I ate one too many pancakes at the Pancake House down on West Avenue. Challenged my friend to a contest, but you should see the other guy. Oh, and what of your blood-stained shoulder? You should see the other guy. Your heart stops as your hand automatically goes to cover your shoulder. Stopped bleeding. How did it open up again? Cocks his head to the side. Let me give you a ride to the ER. I'm certain we can get them to patch you up in no time at all. Thanks for the offer, but I can't afford to fork over hundreds of dollars to just sit in a room, let alone get stitches. Appreciate your concern, but I'll manage on my own. Then how about this instead? I'm actually friends with the director of an ER who offers affordable payment plans. If I take you there and I promise I can get your bill halved, what do you think? I think that's a fucking scam. Damn, that's a tempting offer. But one question lingers in your mind. What's in it for you? He adjusts the cufflinks on his button-up. All I ask is for a polite conversation and company on the way over. You provide me that, and I consider it an equal exchange. Does that sound like a fair deal? Oh yeah, sounds like a great deal, man. Let's go. Sounds like a deal. I'll take you up on that offer. Stranger clasps his hands together like a teacher, proud of his teacher for giving his student the right answer. Yeah, he's hot. Let's go. Wonderful. I knew you were a sensible individual. Let us be off then, shall we? Call me. No, loitering. Psalm 22:1. Booty cheeks! Thank God we saw booty cheeks before we died a horrible death when we got in the van with the strange man. Rule number 4, chat. Don't accept rides from strangers. The stranger presses a guiding hand towards the center of your back, urging you in the direction of a smaller parking lot located directly behind the gas station, towards a small white reefer truck parked next to a large dumpster that smells of spoiled meat. Suspicion flares hot in your chest. There's the booty right there. You didn't miss anything. This is shady as hell. Anyone well acquainted with the area knows this place is a hot spot for drug sales due to a lack of video surveillance. You don't want something caught by CCTV footage? You do it here. Dig your heels into the ground a mere 3 feet away from his car door. He almost stumbles into you due to your sudden stop. Something the matter, my dear? Is it your shoulder, or are you hurt somewhere else? I can carry you if you'd like. His sincerity almost gets you to start walking again. Keyword being almost. I think I've changed my mind. He finishes the sentence for you, and when you nod, his smile loses a fraction of its warmth. You're not serious. You don't answer, allowing your silence to speak for you. Corner of Saffron's eyes twitches and he goes to rub at the spots. Oh, Saffron! I remember hearing that name just like a couple minutes ago from Adam's mouth. You're really set on this. When all I asked in return was polite conversation in exchange for a drive and hundreds of dollars taken off your bill, you're okay with missing out on such an opportunity. Hi, String Beaner. He circles you almost like a vulture, but his eyes genuinely convey sadness and disappointment when he bends his body to match your height. You feel like you've disappointed a parent rather than an absolute stranger. But you're not budging on this one. This just reeks of bad news, and that reefer truck creeps you the fuck out. You're making the right choice here. I won't stop you from walking away if you're sure. I'm sure. I'm sorry, and I should have realized sooner, but I'm not comfortable with this. He sighs and pulls back into his full height, all 6'5" casting a shadow over your form, shielding you away from the sun like a human solar eclipse. He straightens the lapels on his jacket. A smile returns, although conveying a deep loneliness you don't understand. Very well then. If there's nothing I can say to change your mind, then that's that. Unfortunate, since I was looking forward to the drive. Yeah, I'm sorry. You take a step back, then another, and another. Well, I'll be on my way then. Too many inches? Isn't that what all women want? Above 6 foot? You turn around and start heading towards the front of the building when an arm wraps around your waist. It's so quick that your mind takes a moment to catch up. What the? Something gets plunged into your neck. A quick, painful, stabbing sensation. It's just as quickly gone. Maybe it's because the area has become numb. You don't quite understand what's happening as your body begins to slump. What? The words slip out of your grasp as soon as you speak them. Oh, we're dead, by the way. We're dead. We're freaking dead. His thoughts become disjointed like puzzle pieces tossed all over a child's bedroom. Remember, chat, you can't say yes then no. You gotta say it the first time. No, not yes. They come together almost as easily as they're ripped apart. Your body slowly begins to sink to the ground, aided by the person responsible for plunging whatever it was that caused this into your neck. Cool, cool. Shh, just let it take over. Don't fight it. You'll only hurt yourself more. Lovely. Your eyes get heavy and his face hovers over yours, becoming a blurred mess of blues and whites. You open your mouth to speak, but it's filled with cotton. No. No! Cool hands brush your temple. I'm sorry. I know I promised to let you go, but I'm afraid, for Adam's sake, I can't do that. And I'm sure he'll hate me for killing you myself. I know he wanted the honor of doing so, but you... The fact that you escaped him once, we can't risk that happening again. Doing so will bring his ruin, and mine. Adam! Adam! Cool. You try thrashing around, but only one of your arms manages to respond, lifting up in a futile attempt to push him off. Falls back to your side again. Useless! How did you allow this to happen? You trusted Adam the first time around, a complete stranger, and look where it got you. Now it's happened again, and this time you can't even fight him off. You're vulnerable, completely and utterly defenseless. Triple question mark, triple question mark. Gloved fingers adjust the straps crisscrossing your chest, waist, and legs when you finally regain consciousness. White hair dips in and out of view while stranger busies himself with it, ensuring you're properly attached to the cold steel table you feel underneath your back. When he notices you watching, he offers a genuine smile before pulling up the mask resting on his face. You getting surgery done, sir? Ah, you're up. Did you sleep well? As good as one can after being knocked out with sedatives, but you digress. It's hard to argue when your mouth feels like it's been stuffed with cotton and your head keeps ringing. Not exactly the perfect time to offer your wittiest banter. I apologize for things having come to this point, but I'm afraid for the sake of those I care about, I can't let you go free. An apology doesn't negate the drugging or, kidnapping. You try to say as much and fail. Nope, your jaw still doesn't work right. Not being able to talk sucks ass. At least with Adam, you got some verbal jabs in before he tried offing you. Weird how you'd almost prefer that now. You guess you're one of those types of people who'd prefer to go out with a bang rather than a whimper. Not that you like making the habit of running into men with murderous tendencies. We're almost ready. He says this as he tugs at one of the straps near your ankles and then around your waist. Are these comfortable? I try not to make them too tight. It cuts off circulation, and we really don't want that now, do we? He waits. Oh god, he actually wants a response. You have no choice but to nod your head. He smiles and pulls up his mask again. Such a polite guest. A shame we couldn't chat more, Usually when I get this intimate with someone, I like to get to know them a bit better. Turns around towards a table with a large display of tools. Anything ranging from hammers to buzzsaws to a literal machete. Machete. He runs a finger along the razor-sharp edge of a meat cleaver and examines it in the light before putting it back down. No, not that one. That one's too Andy-like. That's only for my favorite guests. Then he picks up a scalpel, twisting it around with his fingers. This is probably more fitting and what you were expecting, right? Cold, analytical, precise. Comes up to you, allowing the flat of the blade to brush against your cheek almost teasingly. Try to shrinking back, but your binds hold you in place. The entire table rattles from how much you tremble and shake. He's choosing what to torture you with. Why not stab you and be done with it? Why drag this out? The cruel smile curls underneath his mask as you try pulling at your restraints. You can see the fear in your eyes, your flight or fight senses starting to take over as your body starts operating properly. He takes delight in it. Yes, I think this one will do nicely. Now then. He twists the blade so you can feel the slight biting cut of steel. Blood trickles down your cheek. Count to 3 for me. You open your mouth. Nothing comes out but a rasp of air. Now, try again. I'm a patient man. F. You. He presses his ear closer to your mouth. I'm sorry, what was that? You have to speak up, dear. Your teeth clamp around his lower lobe, enough to draw blood and send him reeling backwards. Yeah, bite his fucking ear off. There's a clatter of tools as he bumps into the counter, and something falls onto the floor. Can't see what it is, but you don't care. Just hope that it hurts. You. The man holds his bleeding ear, crimson rivulets seeping through his fingers and dripping onto the floor below. Turn your head and spit his blood out of your mouth. Fuck you. The man lets out a soft laugh, but it's devoid of humor. His eye twitches again. So crass, so vulgar it seems. His voice dips to a dangerous octave. We're going to have to train that out of you. Bring it. His eyes twitches again, and he whips around at your challenge, turning on the radio behind him. Opera music echoes through the room as Saffron readjusts his instruments after bumping into them when you bit him. Very well then. Let's see how long that resilience of yours lasts, What are these emotes? Not the shaker. I like that one. He retrieves the scalpel from the floor, which is what that clattering sound must have been earlier. A bottle of alcohol. What's he? The man grips your jaw with fingers cold as a dead fish and presses his forehead into yours. Let's begin, shall we? I think we're dead. Then he carves into your skin with multiple quick practice swipes, followed by the quick uncapping of the alcohol and... Oh! You let out an agonized scream. Bad End 4. Glutton for punishment. Did we skip a 3? No, we got 3, right? Yeah, we got 3 bad ends. Okay, well. You know, we've already seen this one, so I'm just gonna run that back in the load. Or just run this back, okay? You know, I'm gonna pass on this one. This time, I'm gonna say nope, 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 nope. We're good. I don't need to go with you, man. Hell to the no. Last time you let your guard down, you got stabbed, made out with the aforementioned stabby asshole, and escaped by the skin of your teeth. What am I gonna have to do next time, chat? Bang the guy. You just take the name of the doctor and go. I'm good, thanks. Appreciate the offer, though. The man nods and plucks a card from the breast pocket of his vest before extending 2 business cards to you. Never been so frustrated at a piece of medical equipment since I was 5. This thing is annoying. Ellie, I hope it stops being annoying. Hopefully. One belongs to the ER. Elijah Boone, MD. He wasn't lying. He pocketed it and examined the second, which must belong to him. Collision Industries. Music manager. All of these links look like porn links, chat. This is definitely not. This is definitely a website not for music, but for the that's a lot of porn, man. Collision Industries. Saffron Albrecht. I don't know how to say that name. Albrecht. Music manager. Right. You've seen guys like this before, claiming they hold your ticket to fame, only to con you out of your rent money. BDSM manager? Saffron all bricked up? Is that his name? All bricked up. Not to mention he reeks of antiseptic. Yeah, because they gotta clean up the sex rooms. It really begs the question, why would a music manager smell like he just got out of surgery at a hospital? They gotta clean that shit real good. Try handing this card back to him, but he holds up his hands, which are peppered with splotches of your blood. Probably from catching you earlier. The man, or rather Saffron, gives you an earnest smile. Feel free to call me in case you run into any trouble. Gotcha. Well, thanks again. I appreciate the help by any means. Don't stare! You listen out for footsteps as you walk towards your car. Nothing. And when you glance over your shoulder, he's tapping away at his phone, innocently texting someone or checking his social media or whatever. You're realizing you've become paranoid. Let the kid wipe a booger on it? Yeah, little boy, get over here! Embarrassed by your slight overreaction to a possibly well-intentioned man, you climb into the driver's seat and start buckling your seatbelt when you feel eyes on you. As you lift your head, you find Saffron staring at you. And he's licking the speck of blood on his thumb with a bone-chilling smile. Ooh! Run him over! Kill this guy! Oh, not a fucking gain. You're starting to think your aunt had the right idea with keeping at least one gun on hand. She really did. Too many creeps roaming around Arizona as of late. Him. Stop licking blood, you sickos. What if she had AIDS? Parkbend, Arizona, 12 o'clock p.m. Dower Hotel. And this guy, nipples out always. Adam scrubs a towel over his face, pushing back the purple strands of hair, plastered to his forehead, his body dripping with sweat. I know what you are. I know that you're not a purplet. You're a brunette. His legs ache after walking quite a few miles on the treadmill in the hotel's gym. But at least he's not thinking about you. Until he's thinking about you. Lick. He whips out his phone, not his PP, and checks his messages, desperate for something else to occupy his thoughts. But Saffron hasn't given an update in hours. Adam's mouth pulls into a tight line, wondering what's taking so long. Where the hell are you hiding? Don't you know he has connections everywhere? Eyes everywhere. You should just give up already. There's nowhere safe for you to run. You're his now. In fact, you need to learn sooner, rather than later. Because your alternative is so much worse. Blowing out a disgruntled breath of air, Adam folds himself into the plush recliner stationed in front of a widescreen TV. He's never cared much for extravagant things, despite people always offering them left and right. He's taught to never want them, to never accept anything beyond his means, something he holds onto to this day. On screen, a news outlet discusses the devastation his fans are facing after Cake's latest concert got cancelled due to an unforeseen injury Adam received while hiking. Not an entire lie, it was unforeseen. Technically, he was hitchhiking, and his latest target became more than he bargained for. A tidbit the general public will never know or learn of. Turning his attention back to his phone, he clicks on the message he received the other night from an unknown number that sits just below Saffron's. Same one he received on the bus. The one who tells him who to enact judgment upon. Your name pops up alongside a list spitting out information about your personal life, including your place of residency, and a link to your job occupation. Adam swallows thickly, his thumb shaking as it hovers over the link. Oh, I forgot, we're an OnlyFans girl. Hell yeah. Pay for me. Pay for my body, Adam. Pay for me. If you're gonna murder me, you might as well be a sub. He didn't care to know more about someone he'd wind up purging. What was the point in doing otherwise? All he needed to know was your basic information and how he could use it to create a trap to ensnare you in. The rest he saw no need for. He'd done the same thing countless times before. Now he's sitting here wondering if he should have invested his time in getting to know you intimately, so he could find your weakness and exploit it. It's the only reason he's debating on even clicking this link. Yeah, for sure. He definitely doesn't want to see us. Because now it's necessary. There's no other ulterior motive outside of that. He's just trying to finish what he started on the highway. And this website of yours, with all of the information it potentially holds, could provide him with something like that. Yeah. Right? Adam's eyes dart up your name, and before he can stop himself, he clicks the link. He's immediately brought to your page, which offers a short bio describing what you offer for your subscribers, and a few key things to know about you and what you will do and what won't do for custom videos. His eyes wander over to your profile picture. First thing he sees is your legs, then your thighs, then... His eyes widen and he whips his head towards the direction of the door, as if King will come bursting through at any moment. He's like... He's got roommates! Nah, they're gonna walk in on him. His nickname's gonna be, his nickname's gonna be Tugboner. Tugbone. He's tomato fucking red when he goes back to his phone. He's yanking his pizzle. It's obvious he's never been on one of these websites before, although he's heard of them and them mentioned in passing. Quite a few people even tried to start a petition for him to join, to which he declined and publicly stated his discomfort. Adam's never shown off anything more than his naked torso, and those were typically for photo shoots. Beneath the belt is, and always has been, out of the question. Why, you make a lot of money, sir. Collecting himself as best as he can, trying to steady his hand, he can't help but notice the thousands of people following your account. A fact that for some reason gets under his skin and eats away at him. Pushes away the feeling, trying to investigate with a clear mind, rather than letting what he discovers feed any emotion. Still. These newfound feelings budding in his chest, and coloring his world from black and white to something so vibrant, makes them almost impossible to ignore. They become blinding when he notices the ratings listed at the top of the page. And there's a lot of them. All 5-star reviews. All salivating over the custom services you gave them. All interested in what lies underneath those clothes of yours. He wants to fucking throw up seeing their comments. Yet you aren't even bothered by the fact. Maybe you even like it. God damn you. Without thinking and too absorbed in his thoughts, he scrolls down and lands on your videos. He almost snaps his phone in fucking half. The video he lands on gives a small preview of what the contents contain, which is you arching your back as your legs slightly part while you model a very revealing cosplay. It's like you're mocking him with your eyes, taunting him with his newfound hunger by inviting him in with a seductive smile like you did in his dreams. He's just looking up this stuff in his shared bedroom. He squirms in his seat as you lick your lips, unable to look away. Hot and slick and wet against his own. The fact that he knows what you taste like drives him crazy like nothing else has before. Fuck. His pants, despite the fact that they're jogger pants, just got a lot tighter. Adam slams his phone down onto the nightstand. Have some self-control, buddy. He feels so fucking perverted and disgusted with himself. Yeah, you're a pervert! Why did you do that just now? He shouldn't have looked. Because now he wants to scroll through your feet until he's seen every inch of your skin uncovered so he can devour you with his eyes and commit each detail to memory. He's completely forgotten the initial purpose of him looking at your profile. He never located a weakness of yours, but without knowing it, you exposed Adam's sole weakness yet again. Even the foreboding voice hissing at him to leave this path that he's on is drowned out by the roaring in his ears and the blood thumping between his legs. He closed his eyes and there you are again, invading his thoughts. Devil sent to taunt him. Adam grips the armrests of the chair so tight that his nails break, because he's afraid if he moves even an inch, he's going to reach for his phone again and watch every single one of those videos and... His phone chimes once. A text. Adam risks picking up his phone, only looking at the notification on the lock screen. Saffron's name appears. He's gonna throw this phone out, by the way. And the preview message is just 2 simple words. Found them. You. Yay, it's me. Parkbend, Arizona, 4 p.m. Blue Acres Trailer Park. You arrive at a rundown trailer park, pulling onto a dirt drive that leads to a selection of mobile homes, clustered together as if gathered for congregation. Wooden slats meant to offer a piss-poor attempt to separate them and provide some form of privacy for the local residents. Few people chatter in the middle of the road and ignore you while you're forced to navigate around them. You almost take out a portion of the aforementioned fence, which garners a visceral reaction from one of the men standing in the middle of the road. He shouts profanities after you and whacks the bumper of your car with his steel-toed boot before you can drive away. Cute little welcome back to the neighborhood present, all in the form of a new dent. How lucky! Just can't wait to beg your aunt to stay. White-knuckle gripping the steering wheel, you follow the rocky road right up until you come across a double-wide trailer, painted tan with a slightly darker trim. Lawn is freshly trimmed, there's a lovely cactus garden growing, and that's not your stop. Nope. It's the teeny tiny trailer sitting next to the double wide where angry-looking flamingos dapple the lawn in splashes of neon pink, giving Adam a run for his money with those glares. Your new possible home. The teeny tiny trailer, not the double wide. Again, you're oh so lucky. You should really try your hand at the lottery. Putting your car into park right next to a potted plant that's brown and withered, you step out of the driver's side and notice one of the blinds shifting as though someone bent out of it only to quickly pull away. You head for the front door, actively avoiding the middle step of the porch, which remains unfixed after it caved in 2 years back. What? You raise your hand to knock, but it opens before you can. And darts out from the darkness and latches onto your wrist, causing memories of Adam doing the exact same thing to come flooding back in a rush of panic and fear. Can't be here. He can't. Before you can open your mouth to even scream, the hand yanks you inside, another clamping over your lips as the door clicks shut. Your pulse races as you try to think of how to escape your captor's hold. Let's just save quick. Yeah. Bite the hand, be dramatic, go limp. Go limp. Let's bite the hand, I guess. Survival instinct kicks in and you chomp down on the hand covering your mouth. There's a shriek before you're shoved to the ground, your elbow banging painfully against the floor, stars dancing behind your eyes as the pain in your shoulder turns agonizing. Above you stands a disheveled figure veiled by darkness. They nurse their hand, cursing under their breath as they inspect the bite mark you left. Their voice is distinctly feminine. Aunt Ruth? What the hell was that for? What the hell was that for? Yep, it's your aunt, all right. I thought you were someone else. Who else would I be? No one else lives here, you stupid brat. At least not anymore. She turns towards the door, and you hear the sound of the deadbolt locking into place, followed by 4 more clicking coming in rapid succession. I just did it as a joke. When did she install those? There's only one the last time you checked. Did she go out and get them right after you dropped off the guns at your uncle's place? Aunt Ruth? Shh! Spittle flies from her lips as she shushes you, and your mouth clamps shut with a resounding snap of your teeth. I hope I caught those with my mouth. Smash, by the way. You watch as your aunt presses her ear against the door, quieting her breathing like she's afraid someone will overhear and come breaking down the front door. There's only 2 possible reasons for this. Either the problematic neighbors are drawing penises on her flamingos again. Nice. Or rather, something really sketchy is going on. No pun intended. When Ruth finally pulls away from the front door, she breathes a visible sigh of relief, full on pressing a hand against her chest and sending a prayer thanking God as if you aren't standing there witnessing the whole debacle. Before you can comment on her erratic behavior, your aunt turns to you with her arms crossed over her chest, clucking her tongue. Now tell me why you're here. When you don't answer fast enough for her liking, she sneers. What? Did your uncle demand you take something else from me? Sorry to disappoint the 2 of you, but I have nothing left to give. I'm not here because of him. I'm here because my living situation has gotten a bit complicated, and I need a place to stay while I sort things out. Your aunt's eyes narrow. Or at least you imagine they do, considering you can't see due to the distinct lack of lighting. But you know your aunt's change in expression due to the disturbance in the air. Slight shift in the winds. Which begs the question, did she forget to pay the electric bill, or did she decide to make a sudden lifestyle change? You're all for dramatic lighting in the right circumstances, but no doubt someone's going to stub their pinky toe, and it's probably going to end up being you considering how you keep getting new injuries as of late. Seriously, you're gonna have to start naming them soon so you can keep track of each one and how you got it. So you're only visiting because you want something from me. Why am I not surprised? The comment irks you. Who are you delivering those guns for again? Certainly not yourself. Yes, your uncle made the request, but if she handled it herself, then you would have never made that road trip from hell. She benefited from you volunteering. The courts would have hounded her ass otherwise. You mentally shake your head. It's not like you want a room with her, but you've got nowhere else to go. Not when you discovered your worst fear a couple of hours earlier. You. That's who I've been this entire time, isn't it? Parkbend, Arizona, 3 p.m., aka 1 hour earlier. Briar's Bar. Why did I go to the bar? After repairing your shoulder and taking a quick power nap in the front seat of your car, you find yourself sandwiched between booths at Briar's Bar and Grill, nursing a glass of water with an empty plate in front of you. Drawn in by the warm smells and advertisement of cheap food. Searching your car for pocket change, you manage to scrounge up just enough in order to get something decent and moderately filling. The way your jaw unhinged when you dug into your meal kind of scared the waiter off. He hasn't asked to refill your glass, and every time you glance over at him, he looks a little pale, opting to converse with other patrons instead. Not that you mind. As long as you're allowed to loiter while you come up with a plan, you don't mind the lack of service. Besides, after running into Adam and Saffron, conversing with normal people proves difficult. You struggled a bit before, which is why your inner circle of friends remains few and far between. And now everyone is a potential threat, and in order to survive, you need to approach things carefully. This includes interacting with strangers. What you need is a friend or family member you can trust. Someone who can help you while you just try to decide if you're going to keep your apartment or skip town. Temporary place of refuge. You make a mental list of potential prospects, crossing out those who live out of state, or those whom you've lost contact with, eliminating almost everyone in the process. All except for one. Aunt Ruth comes to mind due to her sheer proximity and availability rather than the level of trust you share with her. But she's your best bet. Maybe the name thing was a fluke and you somehow forgot you mentioned it during your exchange. There's bits and pieces you're already blanking on due to the high intensity of the encounter. Your mind no doubt trying to protect itself from the horrors that occurred. Can I get a stretch, by the way? Stretch check? That's good. And a hydrate, please. Thank you, Sammy. Very nice. Very nice. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe. A drunken shout draws your attention towards the front of the bar when an older gentleman waves a busted TV remote in the air. Batteries! Get me some batteries! I'm gonna miss the big game because of this bullshit. His words slur together in a tangled mess. When the bartender ignores him, the man leans across the counter and tries yanking at the man's pants in order to grab his attention. Sorry, not his dick. The bartender shakes his head with a sigh as he cleans a glass with a white dish towel, simply steps away. We've been over this, Jamie. Please don't make me call the police on you again. The drunk man, Jamie, as the bartender called him, slumps back in his seat and grumbles as he chucks the remote onto the bar, folds his arms over his chest like a spoiled child who just got told he couldn't have dessert before dinner. Your eyes glide up towards the TV to see what channel the TV's stuck on when your entire body goes rigid. Adam. On screen, the camera captures close-up shots of Adam, from his signature purple hair down to his iconic earring before finally landing on his face. He beams at the camera with the same exact smile he wore moments before he plunged the knife into your shoulder. A wolf in sheep's clothing. He really knows how to blend in, huh? Your nails dig into the meat of your thigh, wishing you could expose his true identity when the camera switches over to the interviewer, who already wears a smile of her own. She introduces herself as Lawrence de Tavano, and exudes practiced confidence that one can only develop after years of working with A-list celebrities. Today we're here with Adam Godden, a composer and lead vocalist of Cake. She turns to him and straightens a stack of laminated cards on her knee. Now, Adam, I heard about the accident and wanted to make sure you can handle doing this interview. Don't worry about rescheduling, just be honest with me. How are you feeling? Kill him, yes. Your stomach plummets at the mention of an accident. An interview from today? Sure enough, there's a slight bulge underneath his shirt right above his hip bone. Clear-cut evidence he made his way off the highway with the scars to prove it. Part of you wishes he bled out on the asphalt, but you knew the blade didn't go deep enough to cause irreversible damage. You meant to maim, not kill, unlike a certain someone. I should have went for the kill! And now here that certain someone is, continuing on with his life while you're loitering at an 18 and up bar out of fear. What complete and utter bullshit. I'm great. Lawrence, and happy to be here. My injury was pretty shallow, and we're just taking extra precautions to ensure my recovery goes smoothly. I'll be up and running again in no time at all. He turns towards the camera and you tense on reflex. It's as if he's looking straight at you with those sharp, introspective eyes. The smile he gives the camera comes slow and mocking. After all, you can't get rid of me that easily. Lawrence gives a good-natured laugh, but the hairs on the back of your neck stands on ends. To anyone else, he's a man determined to get back on his feet, but you know the comment was meant for you. It's a small way of saying he's not letting you go. Not by a long shot. You stare at the melting ice in your glass, trying to control your breathing as the interviewer presses a hand over her heart. I think I can speak for most of us when I say, we're happy to hear that you have such a wonderful support system taking care of you. Now that you mentioned a while back that you and the members of Cake are pretty close, I assume they're part of your support system. Of course. They're like my brothers. They're my family. Same goes for my manager. Oh. Then does he tell his found family about his cute hobby of his disemboweling people? Did they go on brotherly bonding expeditions and laugh in the faces of their victims? Are all the members of Cake just as messed up as their leader? Or a better question yet, are they all looking for you, the proverbial lamb who managed to escape the slaughter? You want to scream in his face to leave you the fuck alone because you want no part of this. You just want things to go back to normal. Or at least as normal as they were before you agreed to helping out your aunt. Forcing yourself to calm down by pinching the bridge of your nose as you hear the soft cues of the audience, reminding yourself that you have no idea on your current location. You can't let him get the best of you. You'll get through this. And besides, what are the odds that the rest of his band members know and participate in what he does? The chances are slim, minuscule, microscopic. You're okay. You're safe. He's probably the only person looking for you right now, and he's busy and on live TV. You're fine. Glare back up at the screen with newfound determination, and Lawrence smiles, her severe features softened by the expression. I can tell. You and... I'm sorry, what was your manager's name again? Saffron. Adam leans back in his seat, crossing one leg over the other, wearing the most radiant smile as he looks at the camera. Saffron Albrecht. All bricked up. Your heart lodges in your throat. Well, you can't breathe. The panic comes back in full force, pinning you to the booth, your hands shaking as you stare up at the screen with parted lips. No. He did not just say Saffron. Not the same Saffron you ran into hours earlier. There's no fucking way he found you that easily. But your gut gnaws at you, knowing that you're in a heavy state of denial. Now Saffron's card burns a hole through your pocket. Unable to ignore the facts any longer, you withdraw your wallet. You withdraw your wallet from your pocket with shaking fingers and pluck out the business card given to you hours earlier. Sure enough, in Boston white ink, Saffron's full name stares back at you. Saffron all bricked up. I'm just gonna keep saying that. Saffron all bricked up who works with Adam's band. Saffron all bricked up who licked your blood off his fingers like it was gamer gal bathwater. Sorry, I haven't heard that in a long time. The same man who ran into you at the gas station, which is only a 10-minute drive from here. Where's my gamer boy bathwater? That's Saffron all bricked up. He knows what your car looks like. He saw your license plate numbers. He watched as you drove away and which direction you headed in. Thought it was odd he didn't follow you. You prepared for that because you thought he was just another creep. But now... You stand up so sharply you almost knock over your table as you frantically scramble out of the booth, completely forgetting your inner dialogue about remaining calm, because now you're all too aware that Adam now can easily deduce where you're at. This is bad. Really bad. There's no doubt that your meeting with Saffron wasn't just a big coincidence. He was probably patrolling the entire area looking for you, and bada bing, he found you within 24 hours. Bada boom. You can only surmise one reason he didn't come after you. It's because he's saving you for Adam. And once Adam finds out what area you've hidden yourself in, he's going to come for you. Not the sexy kind of come either. That is so random. Okay. I mean, he did. Don't worry, MC. He did. You need to leave and get to your aunt's now. You almost steamroll past a waiter carrying a large platter and apologize over your shoulder as you hurry out the front doors. A voice calls out to you when you're halfway through the parking lot, but you ignore it, too preoccupied with getting the hell out of Dodge. The bartender who called after you frantically waves his arms over his head trying to catch up. You rev the engine and peel out of the parking lot, not even paying attention to the waiter or what he holds in his hands. Oh, did I leave my wallet on the table? You. Oh, more me. Parkbend, Arizona, 4 p.m. Blue Acres Trailer Park. Current time. Go home. I'm not here to run a charity case. Aunt Ruth's harsh words snap you out of your flashback. They're clipped, leaving zero room for debate as she rifles through a nearby cupboard. There's a bunch of liquor inside. Vodka, rum, moonshine even. How much ethanol content does that stuff contain again? You're not sure you want to know. A good portion of them are half drained. Your aunt scratches her head, muttering to herself. When she notices you watching, she slams the cupboard shut, her weathered lips peeling back in annoyance. Go on, leave. I already told you you're not welcome here. Now get. From the set of her jaw to the outward jut of her hip, you can tell she's 2.2 seconds from going off. She's a stubborn woman with southern grit and a nasty attitude to boot, but if there's one thing you know about her, it's her weakness for free manual labor. The entire reason she claimed to have married your uncle was because he took over the housework and paid the bills. A bona fide user, but you need to barter with her for a safe place to stay. Your eyes drift towards the sink, clustered with grimy dishes and cups filled with souring milk. They tower like a fragile stack of cards ready to blow. Pick up a fork with dried flecks of something on the tines and wave it around. I'll take care of any and all chores if you let me stay. Her lips twist just like she just sucked on a moldy lemon. But her jaw loosens as she considers your offer and her initial stubbornness recedes. And grocery runs. Done and done. She hesitates, but clearly it's just for show, because she wants you to think she's doing you the world's biggest favor. Fine, she says at last. But if you slack off, I'll boot your ass out back where little old Laverne sleeps. Laverne's a cactus. She's talking about a cactus. Won't be a problem. Aunt Ruth glances at her cabinet filled with the devil's juice, a codename she and her uncle called their liquor in front of you when you were a kid. One of the few memories that you can recall is when you asked for some at the tender age of 9. Your uncle gave you grape juice instead to create the same coloring as the wine your aunt used to drink before she switched to harder liquor. Then your aunt threw a fit after she found out he gave you the last cup. Her temper tantrum lasted 4 days. Yeah, an adult woman rampaging about juice. There's a reason your uncle's your favorite relative, despite not being blood related to you. Aunt Ruth opens the cupboard once more. When she's busy, you replace your fork with a sharp knife and hide it in your pants despite the fact it's dirty. Ugh, well, I guess that's good if we're gonna stab someone with it. Better to be prepared if you're going out again. Then make yourself useful and get me a carton of orange juice for my vodka and 3 scratch tickets, the $5 ones. She locates her purse and hands you 2 crumpled $20 bills. And if there's anything left over, get some paper plates and plastic cups while you're at it. You got it. You're about to reach for the door, but quick as a whip, she's already ahead of you and unlatching all the locks. You don't even have time to blink as you're ushered outside and tossed onto the shoddy front porch, blinking as the door slams behind you, followed by locks snapping into place. You look at the money in your hands and reach for your back pocket where your wallet should be, only it's not there. Rip. You search your car next, underneath your seats in the center console, as well as the glove compartment box. Not there either. Then you remember the waiter calling after you, trying to draw your attention. Now you understand why. You left your wallet at the bar. Oh, shit. Him. It's a him moment. Parkbend, Arizona, 5:10 p.m. Briar's Bar. Oh, good, he's there. Adam enters Briar's Bar and Grill with slumped shoulders and the aura of a man who just lost everything. He pulls his baseball cap down to shield his eyes as he takes a seat at the bar before waving the bartender over. Thomas, what can I get you? Adam makes sure his voice cracks a little around the edges as he answers. Bourbon on the rocks, please. He lets out a pathetic sniff while the bartender pulls out a glass. He works with practiced efficiency, but Adam can sense the man's growing curiosity and concern over his behavior by certain cues in his body language. Like the way that the bartender chews at his lips as if he's debating on asking if Adam's alright. Bartender is hot! Yeah, I think a lot of people liked the bartender originally when we played against him. When we played this game originally. Okay, or the way he places Adam's drink of choice in front of him, soft and polite, as if he's afraid of startling a deer. He's a natural empath, and one that can easily be exploited for information. Perfect. Is there anything else I can get you? Adam solemnly shakes his head. No, I'm fine. Thank you, though. Keeps his voice soft and quiet as he rubs away the condensation on the lip of the glass. Forces himself to keep a straight face as the man shifts from foot to foot. It's almost too easy. Then, as predicted... Hey, are you okay, man? Adam swallows thickly, and he can feel the man growing more and more worried. He's got his attention. This is perfect. Just got a lot going on. I'm sorry. He sighs and pushes away the drink. I don't even feel like drinking this. I'm just a mess right now. The man hesitates, but puts Adam's bourbon off to the side and braces his crossed arms against the countertop as he leans forward. Adam scrubs a hand down his face to hide his smirk. You really should try out for acting one of these days. He's too good at it. After he finds you and slits your pretty little throat, he'll bring up the idea to Saffron. Knowing Saffron and his desire for the band to reach grander heights, he'll almost certainly agree. First things first, he needs to weasel some information out of this guy. You can talk about it if you want. I'll listen. Adam shakes his head, face still covered. So hard not to laugh. Why are these people so easy? Clears his throat of laughter, although the bartender will think otherwise. I don't want to bother you. I've already done enough today. No, it's okay. That's what bartenders are here for, yeah? He's so sweet and sincere, Adam could puke. But instead, Adam just lowers his hand and lets out a deep, shuddering breath. It's silly, but I got into a fight with my significant other. It started off as a light argument. They were frustrated over something I said, and I responded negatively because I didn't think it was that bad. Adam sniffs again. Then it spiraled from there, and they ran out of the house. Spent hours looking for them, but I don't know where they ran off to. They won't answer their phone. I'm so scared they got hurt. The bartender grows solemn. Well, maybe I can keep an eye out and tell them you were looking for them. What do they look like? Adam whips out his phone and shows him a picture of you. It's one he grabbed off your social media and saved for this exact purpose, photoshopping the two of you together in order to feed into his story. I wonder if it's really badly photoshopped. The The bartender takes Adam's phone and scratches the back of his head. No, yeah, actually, they were here a couple of hours ago. Adam perks up. Really? And they're okay? They're not hurt? The man gives Adam his phone back. No, they seemed a bit jittery and left their wallet behind. Pats the back of his pocket for emphasis. I picked it up and tried calling after them, but they seemed like they were in a hurry. I'm keeping it on hand in case they come back looking for it. Adam looks down at your photo with faked fondness. I'm so glad. Thank you so much. Maybe they're still near here. Sorry I couldn't help more. Adam allows a few fake tears to slip from his eyes, and he rubs them away with his thumb and forefinger. As if on cue, the bartender rounds the counter and soothes Adam with a comforting pat to the back. A warm, comforting presence to some, but to Adam it's annoying. Pathetic. Still, he's given him the perfect opportunity, and what kind of man would Adam be if he didn't take it? Stands up and hugs the bartender, who stiffens in surprise at this sudden gesture. Oh, not the hug. Don't hug this guy. Adam gives the man a hard squeeze around the shoulders, playing up his gratefulness in order to distract him from where his other hand travels. His fingertips brush the top of your wallet, and without hesitation, he slips it out and into his own back pocket. This happens within a matter of seconds. The bartender doesn't even notice, nor does anyone else. He's got what he wanted, plus more. Now it's time for him to leave before he overstays his welcome. He withdraws a decent-sized tip and places it on the counter. Thank you again. Really. Before the bartender can even respond, his eyes going wide at the amount of money, Adam's already out the door and heading back to his car. Adam looks silly to you in that hat. He's a Trump fan. He crossed it out, but it's a Make America Great Again hat. He's a loser. Remember, he's an incel. Remember, chat? He's an incel. He's a virgin and he kills women, okay? I'm sorry to tell you this. He's literally an incel. Throwing up, stop. He's an incel. I'm telling you, he's a basement dweller. It's cute on him. You're a sicko. He inspects your wallet a few minutes later, away from prying eyes at a rest stop. He covers the Make America Great part with more red though, because he knows that if he went into a bar, people would hate on him. Adam smirks to himself as he draws it out with relish. Excuse me, Adam? Why do you have a bottle of relish in your car? Who would have known you would have been this careless? You're someone who's evaded him so long. You keep making mistake after mistake. Relish. I don't even like relish. Who likes relish? It's really sad. He hums to himself, tapping the corner of your wallet to his lips while grinning. Damn. I love it. Someone in chat, always, man. Someone in chat always has to. Okay, all right, I get it. He wishes he could see the expression on your face when you return to the bar to find out someone was looking for you. You're smart enough to draw your own conclusions from his trail of breadcrumbs. He licks his lips, delighted at the pleasurable thought of you trembling in fear, like a lost little lamb cornered by the big nasty wolf when the bartender tells you. Will you die on the spot right then and there? Will you wait for him to show his face first before succumbing to the realization that he's inescapable? He hopes it's the latter. Adam can't wait for the chance to finally break you. Such a freak, man. Yeah, he's freaky. But he needs to find you in order to do so. He's a big himbo. He looks back down at your wallet and traces the faux black leather with his thumb, noting the worn inside and distinct smell of you. He's sniffing your wallet. It's almost too much. The way you flood his senses with your cloyingly sweet scent. So he breathes through his mouth and focuses on sorting instead. And he's a mouth breather. Adam gets a sense of who you are as he rifles through your rewards cards, studies your driver's license, and counts each coin down to the last penny. Gleans superficial facts about you, things easy to spot even without your wallet, and puts them aside for a rainy day. Next are your crumpled up receipts. Scours through them. They range from small purchases to much larger grocery runs. None of them are relevant. Glosses through each of them with learned efficiency until he lands on the last one. Belongs to a gas station that's quite out of the way from your residential area. Date is from yesterday, early in the morning, and quite a few hours before you pulled over to help him, thinking he was a hitchhiker. He doesn't know why you drove down that deserted highway. Never needed to ask why people did the things they did before he killed them, because they never escaped. Not until you. But these are the most important questions, because they're possibly a clue to where you're hiding. For what reason did you go into the outskirts of Parkbend? And why do so before making what he assumed was a long trip? He searches the other receipts for possible answers, but there is none. Adam leans back in his seat, pondering over loose theories, none of which hold any merit. Then it hits him. You're visiting someone. Maybe a friend or a relative or a lover. It doesn't matter why you visited them, but the possibility that you did, as well as the possibility that you were hiding out at their place, could lead him back to you. It would explain the lack of receipts. There's no other reason for you to visit. Any groceries would sit in a blistering hot car for hours, and he doubts you visited a restaurant. No, you visited someone. But who? That's a question he can't solve on his own, not without help. He flips open his phone and calls Saffron. I need you to do something for me. You. Oh, lovely. Parkbend, Arizona, 4:10 p.m. Blue Acres Trailer Park. You sit outside in your idling car while beating yourself up for a solid 10 minutes. Mistakes were made. One piled on top of another, crushing you beneath their weight, crushing your ribs and lungs, making it almost impossible to catch your breath and remain calm. The biggest mistake being that you even pulled over in the first place. You should have just driven past him or called someone while you were driving off in your car, or anything else that didn't require you pulling over and checking on Adam. You want to bang your head against the dashboard until you pass out. Of course you left your wallet, because of course everything that can go wrong will. You're so fucking tired of this, of the games, of hiding, of panicking and not knowing what to do. Adam should be the one who's afraid, not you. Not when he's the one who's have everything left to lose while you have nothing. The background music gets so quiet. But he's after your life, and while it's shitty at times, you're kind of attached to it, and in order to keep it you're going to have to avoid running into him at all costs. Going out once for a grocery run wouldn't be so bad if you could just order future stuff online. But losing your license and debit card means you'll have to wait. The last time you tried replacing your debit card, it got lost in the mail, and you were forced to wait 2 extra weeks. Delivery service sucks here. So more than likely it's going to happen a second time around. Which leaves you with 2 options. Either go back to the bar, risk running into Mr. Relentless, but minimize the need to go outside as frequently. Or hope the delivery guys don't fail you and risk going out to get groceries for the next few weeks. The choice is obvious. You have to return to the bar. Look at the cash your aunt handed you, wishing she used debit cards instead. But the woman refuses to expose herself to the online fence and works under the table. Everything comes either in a crisp dollar bills or nothing at all. She always errs on the side of caution, but you're honestly wondering if you should take a few notes from her book, especially with Adam on your trail. But you at least have something you didn't last time. The sharp kitchen knife glints in the passenger seat. What? Put it in your jeans. Sure, it's grimy, but at least you can defend yourself rather than being defenseless. That's good. That's grimy. He's gonna get a disease when you stab him. Mentally prepare yourself on the drive over, ready to do whatever is necessary to protect yourself. Even if that means stooping to Adam's level. Aunt Ruth! Wait, what? It's cutting to Aunt Ruth? Parkbend, Arizona, 5:10 p.m. Blue Acres Trailer Park. Ruth stands beside her bed looking down at an old photograph from before she ever got married. Excuse me, Aunt Ruth is just... Okay, I guess Aunt Ruth is just gray. That makes sense. That's a skin color, yeah. The one where she's in front of her old church the day after her high school graduation. Here, she's younger, prettier, hopeful for the future. Smash. A sharp contrast to the woman reflected in the glass, her eyes tired from battling nightmares and skin wrinkled from age. How would her younger self feel seeing her now? Probably ashamed and disgusted. North the smash. It's smash. Adam, smash. Saffron, smash. Auntie, smash. Bartender, smash. She knows herself well enough to see that much. Back in those days, everything was sorted into neat little boxes, and anything that stood outside of it was a menace to society. Those ideals matched that of her friends perfectly. So much so that her mother used to tease the 6 of them about being a hive mind. She's also the one that took this photo, catching Ruth and her friends amid laughter while they're matching cotton dresses of alternating teals and pinks. How many years has it been since then? She's lost count. Oh, there's the necklace. There's the cross. It's hard to keep track of months and days and years when they all bleed together in one monotonous heap. Her ex-husband was the reason she was able to keep track of time. Now he's gone, taking all of her precious guns with him. Did he know the real reason why she slept with a knife under her pillow and a revolver in her nightstand? Did he take them out of spite? Or is he really that thick-headed? She'll never know. Ruth places the photo back into her drawer for safekeeping and places the frame face down before slamming the drawer shut. She doesn't want anyone to lay eyes on her one treasure. The rest of the photographs she had got lost after she moved from state to state. Now it's all that she has left of. A crash comes from her left, and Ruth screams before slapping her hands over her mouth. What was that? Her gaze skates over to the sound of the source of the crash, and she watches as a large hand grips the ledge of the window. This man is not sneaky at all. Oh no. No. Did they find her? The same person that got Alice and Grady. Yet who else could it be? There is no one else who would do this. No one else she's feared for all these years. But how did they manage to find her? She's always been careful, never leaving too many traces of herself online and moving when she needed to. How are they here? Then it clicks. You must have brought them here. You stupid little... You should do something! There's a crunch of boots shifting over gravel and a huff of breath as someone hauls themselves up and through the kitchen window with a head full of dark blue hair. Ruth watches with horror as a figure drops to the floor with practiced ease before rising from the ground like Lucifer himself rising up from hell. He's just like, hey, I'm here now. Look at him in his trucker hat. Truder rolls his shoulders as he surveys Ruth's trailer. It's so nonchalant. Like he's used to getting away with this sort of thing without facing any repercussions. She's rooted in place, frozen as she stares at the man. Move. Her breathing comes in unsteady pants. She can't bring herself to even wriggle a pinky finger. She's so scared. Why is she so weak? She's always been so weak. Back then, with her, and now with this man who poses a threat to her life. And oh God, help her. Oh! The man takes his time facing Ruth as he peels off his blue wig and cap, tossing them to the side with relish. Why did he still have the relish? Massaging his scalp underneath the tangled mess of purple hair with a groan. His cross earrings glints in the light coming in from the broken window, capturing Ruth's full attention. What did you miss? Adam just broke into the aunt's house. Yeah, or her trailer. But we're getting groceries right now. Wait a minute. That cross earring. It looked like the necklace. Why does he have that? She'd recognize that pendant from anywhere. But she hasn't seen it since she last walked out of Clarissa's house. And back then it wasn't an earring, but rather a pendant that belonged to a necklace. The same necklace she gave to Clarissa for her birthday so many years ago. She thought when the unfortunate news about Clarissa came out, she was still in possession of the necklace, but if that's the case, how did he get it? That's much better. The man gives another groan and Ruth stiffens at the melodic nature of his voice, goose flesh rising along her arms and how eerily similar he sounds to the previous owner of the cross pendant, just a more masculine version of her. And those features. Ruth's hands fly to her mouth as she tries covering her shock. You're... not who I'm looking for. His boots crunch over the broken glass as he covers the distance between them. Ruth attempts to slam her measly bedroom door shut and lock herself inside, but his arm shoots out and he rips it back open, stepping inside and filling up the small space. She shrinks back. Please don't hurt me. The intruder slowly lifts his arms so she can see the hilt of a blade tucked into the waistband of his jeans. He smirks as she bumps into her nightstand in an effort to get further away, but having nowhere to go, reveling in the effect it has on her. He's sick, twisted. Ruth's hand grazes her nightstand, her fingertips brushing against the handle of the drawer, and she tries inching it outward, using her body as a shield to hide what she's doing. What do you want from me? Don't you see I have nothing to give? I beg to differ. but I'm not the begging sort. His eyes lazily drift over to where she's trying to slide open her nightstand's drawer. What do you have in there? Don't... She yanks the drawer open, knowing she's out of time and has to move quickly, her hand touching metal before Adam grabs her wrist, forcing her to let go of the gun. She still had a gun? She didn't grab it? Ruth shrieks as he towers over her. You're not supposed to play with guns. They're dangerous, you know. He says, flicking his free hand towards the revolver. And you wouldn't accidentally want to hurt a guest, would you? Ruth's bottom lip trembles, fighting back tears. She can't bring herself to answer, and the intruder rolls his eyes before they land on the picture hidden in her nightstand. Oh, what's this? Goes to touch her treasure, and Ruth's brains regains connectivity, grabbing at his arm before he can, her nails biting into the sleeve of his hoodie. Don't touch that! There's venom in her voice, surprising both her and the intruder. The man cracks an annoyed smile. I see the family resemblance now. Turns out you've got a bit of piss and vinegar in you as well. And honestly, it's really fucking annoying. He rips Ruth's hands off of his arm, sending her tumbling onto her bed. Before she can make another attempt to stop him, the man picks up the group photo with a defiant smirk. Ruth knows when he spots her, because his entire body goes rigid, eyes snapping wide open like blinds on a window. He mouths a single word. Just like that, Ruth's suspicions are confirmed. She never knew what happened to him after news about Clarissa broke out. She didn't even recognize him at first because he'd grown so much and changed everything about himself. But now... I'm sure you don't remember me, Adam, but Adam's face goes stone cold, and the heat in the room drops 20 degrees, chilling Ruth to the bone. Grips the frame so hard the wood sidings crack from pressure. Well, isn't this interesting? He looks down at her, and the hatred in his eyes is absolute. If he didn't want to kill her before, she's almost certain he does now. There's no reason he wouldn't at this point. They both know what she's done, the grief she's caused, that all of them caused, and now her karma has returned tenfold. She's going to die. And she knows it. Ruth scrambles backwards on the bed, hitting the wall with a harsh thud, tears spilling onto her cheeks as he withdraws his knife, his eyes dead and merciless. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Adam cocks his head, his grip on the hilt white-knuckled, as if her words strike a nerve. No, you aren't. Ruth releases a visceral scream as the steel descends on her, causing a murder of crows resting on her back long to shoot up towards the graying skies. I wonder what she did to her friend. Okay. I'm a little bit tired, chat. I'm a little bit tired, so I think... I don't know if this matters. I don't know where we're at, actually. I don't know exactly where we're at. This is today. I made this save today. Okay, so I will save here. I'm going to leave it here for now, okay? I'm going to leave it here for now. I'm going to come back to this tomorrow and we'll finish it off. You quitting early. Look, it's chapter 1 and like most of day 2, but we still got to go through day 2 and day 3 and day 4. I'm just going to mash the video. I already knew I wasn't going to be able to beat the whole new episode today. Sigh. Look, I already knew I couldn't beat the episode, the whole game in one day. My old video is just 2 videos, I think, too, right? I think day 2 is literally 2.5 hours long. Here, let me look it up. So I don't know how long day 4 is gonna be. Okay, so day 2 is about 2 hours. Day 2 is about 2 hours, so we have a good bit to go. But it's fine. We're just gonna smash all the days into one video anyways. So I'll finish this, and we'll do day 4. It said day 4. So I'm not sure if there's day 4 or I'm not actually sure how many days there are, because I only played a day 1 and 2. How many days are there? How many chapters are there? I don't know how many chapters there are, actually. I guess I don't know. Wow, okay. Well, sure. Chapter 4, you and him release. So we haven't even finished chapter 2, so we still have to do chapter 3 and 4, okay? So we'll get this done. We'll get it done, okay? We'll get it done. We'll get her done, okay, chat? But for now, I don't have time. So we'll finish, this will probably be one video, so YouTube, if you're enjoying the video, please leave a like and subscribe. Clock those buttons, man. It helps me out a lot, okay? But the video is just going to continue on to the next one, so YouTube, thanks if you did that, and I'll see you in 5 seconds to play the rest of this. Bye. Alright, YouTube, I'm back. Sorry for the short delay. I'm back on a new day to play the rest of this game. Parkbend, Arizona, 5:10 p.m. Briar's Bar. Monsoon season sure picks one hell of a time to pop off. Torrential rain pours down in heavy curtains, soaking through your t-shirt, pants, and the worst offender of all, your socks as you make your way into Briar's Bar and Grill. Oh, not wet socks, man. I'm gonna get toe fungus. Your stomach growls at the fresh, warm scent of food, and you crave both something to eat and a fresh change of clothes. Hopefully Adam likes that. Hopefully Adam likes wet toes. You can suck them. But that'll have to wait until you get back to your aunt's trailer. Not to mention cleaning the massive stack of dishes if you want any utensils. I'm pretty sure something in that sink winked at you. Nice, wink back. Maybe you can sneak a purchase for some cheap rubber gloves from Dollar Street on your way back. A woman bustles past you and stomps on your foot as you try to make your way towards her waitress. Fuck, that's smarts. Did she just stab your big toe with your 4-inch pump on purpose? By the way, she's smirking while texting on her phone. Sure says as much. What the heck was that for? Don't cut in line. She keeps her eyes glued to her phone, pecking at the keys with well-manicured nails. You scowl, resisting the urge to pull an Adam by chucking her phone into the fish tank sitting nearby. I did. I played, if you missed yesterday, I played the remaster up until the middle of day 2 today. Yesterday. I'm now finishing the rest of it. I couldn't do it all in one sitting. It's too much, man. But the fish didn't do anything wrong. You instead turn away and head towards the front, tossing a brief explanation over your shoulder. Not that you owe her one. I'm just here to get my wallet. I'm not waiting for a table. She grabs your arm with a pinched expression, her powder pink nails sharp as knives as they dig into your wrist. What the fuck? You tremble as her hands and nails are overlaid with the memory of larger, more masculine hands, throbbing with veins. Black nail polish replacing the pink as they circled your wrist. Oh, no worries. Your heart thunders in your chest. I said I'm fine. Hey, I said wait your turn. You look up at the woman, something dark unfurling inside of you as you snap under the weight of the memory. Her next words die on her lips as you stare her down. Yeah, we're bringing mommy energy now. Dommy mommy energy. Her hand drops limply at her side. Adam better be ready to drop limp too. When you move towards her, she takes a wild step back, and you realize she's not looking at your face. She's staring at your hip where the handle of the knife juts out. Ah, that makes a lot more sense. Well, it works well enough for you as long as she doesn't start complaining to staff. Maybe put that knife underneath your shirt. You don't really need the added trouble of getting hauled downtown. Got enough to worry about. I'm not here to cause trouble, so how about you just leave me enough alone? The woman nods, her eyes locked onto your butcher knife as she takes a step back. A few people behind her grow curious over the sudden drama and peer over her shoulder. Great. Gotta love the scene she's causing. You need to hurry up and get the hell out of here. Ambling your way past the thick crowd of people waiting for their tables, you manage to catch one of the waitresses' attention while she's in between tables by tapping on her shoulder. Excuse me, but has anyone here found a wallet? The waitress jabs her thumb towards the bar, chewing loudly in her gum. Thomas mentioned something about finding one earlier. Go see him. Oh, thanks. You're disgusting, by the way. She waves you off as she continues on to her next table, while you head towards a man dipped from head to toe in tattoo ink. I don't think that's how you get tattoos, chat. I thought you needed a needle, not bathing in ink. As you approach, you overhear him making jokes with the middle-aged patron who pats at his potbelly. Jesse says dad bods are all the rage these days. The tattooed man, Thomas, chuckles as he pours the patron a drink and slides it over with well-practiced aim. Hi, String Beaner. They're not wrong, you know. I'm sure you'll find someone who appreciates you for you. Just do yourself a solid and delete Winder. That coming from personal experience. Heard about it from friends, actually. I'm not really into the dating or hookup scene, so all of my horror stories come from them. The patron nods in understanding. Here's to that. Winter is dog shit. Thomas chuckles again, but stops you once you step up to the bar. He gives you a once-over. You know, that's if you don't know what they're talking about like Tinder, you know, online dating apps, things like that. And while I always hear people say it's better to find people naturally, it's really hard. Like, I'm obviously not in this pool because I'm fucking cool and not a loser. So, sorry if this offends you that I'm speaking on it. But I do agree on the point that it is hard to find people naturally these days. And especially as a guy, I would argue. As a guy, and you're straight, it's extremely hard now. You know, a lot of places that used to be safe for finding, you know, relationships just aren't anymore. So, I would argue you kind of need online dating apps because a lot of women feel much safer using them, and rightfully so, by the way. It's not that this is a complaint, but I'm just saying that it's not as easy as, you know, get off the dating apps because, you know, for a lot of guys, like, that's all they have. Like, they don't really have any other options. You know, maybe their hobbies just don't line up with other people. My heart goes out to you straight boys. Good luck. 07. Just do what that idiot did and just go on fucking Discord. Just go on Discord. Just get an e-girl like Octo. Just start cracking bad jokes 24/7. You'll have a girl like an e-girl like Octo, okay? I don't know how strong your relationship's gonna be, but it's okay. I'm sorry to tell you this, Octo. You think a guy who says, "Hi, hungry, my name's Geb," is hilarious. I'm sorry to tell you this. I'm sorry, Octo. He's just not that funny. It's okay, though. I get it. Thomas chuckles again, but stops once you step up to the bar. He gives you a once-over. Trust me. Lonely people on the internet. There's someone on Discord for you, okay? Just crack those bad jokes. Find the one who laughs. Geb is an e-girl. He's my favorite e-girl, in fact. His brow wrinkles, lips pursing. Have I seen you before? Maybe from earlier? I accidentally left my wallet behind and heard you found one. What is up with this game's, like, volume? Like, we are, like, the only straight people in your community. It's really crazy you're saying that, considering Geb fucks guys in my chat constantly. And you have a wife. I accidentally left my wallet behind and heard you found one. Hi, Loga boy. Thomas snaps his fingers, finally placing you. Right, I tried chasing after you, but you left in such a rush. I didn't manage to return it in time. The patron takes one large swig of his drink before he stands up from the bar and nods towards Thomas. Pushes a crisp $20 bill his way. I guess that's my cue. Thomas holds a finger up. You've had a few. Is Jesse on their way to pick you up? The patron rolls his eyes and waves Thomas off. I'm pretty sure, guys, when that corpse guy did that song about e-girls are ruining my life, he literally meant Geb. Like, he was talking about Geb. Like, I'm almost 100% sure Geb is in that song. Crazy business. Why'd you ruin his life, man? Yeah, they're already parked outside. I know Geb really by the way, if you ever meet Geb, chat, ever, make sure you really talk to him with a really, really deep voice, as deep as you can get. He loves vocal fried men, okay? Thomas nods his approval, and the patron gives both you and Thomas a two-finger salute before making his exit. Thomas pats the now empty space in front of him. I'm telling Fry you said that. Feel free to sit. Can I get you anything? No, that's okay. I just came to get my wallet. His lips curve into a good-natured smile. Hee. Oh no, I stabbed it! I forgot that. I'm swinging a knife around. Stab, stab, stab. Don't want to chat with old Tom, eh? I'm a bit offended. You like him almost immediately. But you're also still in a hurry to get in and out, just in case Adam somehow figures out you're here. I'm in a bit of a rush, but maybe next time. Pinky promise. He says it and it actually sticks out his pinky. I thought he stuck out his tongue. I was hoping for his dick. You laughing? God, it's been so long since you laughed. As you hook your pinky with his. It's a deal. Thomas grins all boyish sincerity before drawing away and wiping down the other patron's glass. Glad to hear it. So, out of curiosity, did you and your boo make up? Your what now? My boo? You know, your man, your partner, your lover. Your mood shifts from soft, vibrant yellow, glowing and happy, to an uncertain purple tinged with fear. Purple, because Adam's hair is purple. He's a purplet. What he says makes no sense. I don't. He came in here earlier, looking for you. Said you two got into a fight and you ran off. He was really worried, you know. Afraid you got hurt or something. There's no doubt in my mind that man loves you. You scrunch your eyes closed as if it'll stop his words. There's only one man searching for you and he wants you dead. Adam. And how did he come in here without people noticing? He couldn't have, unless... Oh, that little shit. He disguised himself, didn't he? Talk about being a chameleon, changing shape and personalities to suit his environment. You probably already know that, though. Give a non-committal smile. Something like that. Why wouldn't I tell this guy he's a nutcase? Thomas accepts this answer and he reaches into his back pocket. He frowns. Strange. We got busy earlier, so I just kept your wallet on hand. Did I drop it by accident? He lost it. No, wait. If Adam was here, he probably managed to get his grubby little hands on your property somehow. Oh, so Adam has little hands, you're saying. Little hands. Big body, huh? Sounds like he's compensating. This would explain his incel behavior. Damn it. This is exactly what you were worried about. He's gonna use your blunder in order to find out where you're staying. You don't know how, but your sixth sense is tingling. I'm so sorry, I swear The phone behind him rings and he holds up a finger, mouthing another apology before he answers. Hello, this is Thomas from Briar's Bar and Grill speaking. How may I help you? There's a pause and Thomas rubs the back of his neck as he turns towards you, mouthing. Your boyfriend's on the phone. He knows you're here. How? Is he calling from outside, waiting for you to come out wherever you are? He's the type to turn this entire charade of his into a game. Thomas covers the receiver. You should really talk to him. Yeah, because talking will solve the bad blood going on between you and Adam. He wants to impale you on the tail end of his knife. But Thomas doesn't know that. Fine, let me talk to him. You motion for the phone and Thomas hands it over with a smile. Oh, this poor, sweet, naive man. Adam tricked him too, just like everyone else. Your words are cutting as you answer, wanting to get the first word in edgewise before you hear his stupid voice. Hello, honey. You're sniffling in the soft, quiet sobs of a woman. That's the last thing you expected. Hello? You can hear Adam speaking in the background to someone. When the crying woman speaks, horror floods you like a broken dam. That's... Help me? Aunt Ruth. He's got Aunt Ruth! You grip the receiver so tight you almost break it. Thomas mouths. Is everything okay? You wave him off, trying to appear more calm than you feel. How did you get to Ruth? How did you find her? How did he... Adam comes onto the line, unnervingly chipper. Hear that? She's begging for your help, and yet you're sitting pretty at a bar. How shameless. Let her go. There's more shuffling and your poor aunt's sobs grow louder and you hear her begging for Adam to put his knife away. You grind your teeth so hard you almost chip a molar. How dare he? How dare he go for your family? Even family I hate! When you get your hands on him, you'll go straight for the throat. You know, I didn't think looking for you would lead me to this shit stain. But as it turns out, maybe fate or destiny does exist. Who would have thought? I guess I'll have to reassess my beliefs. This is between me and you, you fucking asshole. Leave other people out of this. Oof, touchy. You're getting all worked up and here I am being nice enough to put your dear aunt on the phone. I'd say I'm being quite generous given the circumstances. What circumstances? Are you talking about stalking me to the ends of the earth? Because if I didn't know any better, I'd say you're a bit obsessed with me. Careful, Adam, or I'll start thinking you've got an unrequited crush. Ha, he frowned. The words come out, scathing, sharp as the kitchen knife hidden in your pants. That's what I like to call my peanuts. And Adam goes silent on the other end. I'm sorry. There's a sharp cry and Adam responds with venom. Not that, hey, yo. Ever suggest something like that again, and I'll start Sorry. Dude, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Ever suggest something like that again, and I'll start chopping off parts of her body. Don't do it. No. You bite your lip to keep from saying anything else. It's one thing if it's between you and him, but another when your aunt's involved. She may not be your favorite person, but you still don't want to see her hurt. What do you want from me, Adam? You know what I want. You hate him. God, you hate him. You wish a stray bolt of thunder would blast him out of this existence and isekai his sorry butt into a world of pain and suffering. Fine. Just leave Ruth out of this. Acting so brave. It's kind of cute the way you try puffing yourself up to be bigger when in reality, you're just a scared little kitten. Oh no. Are you going to scratch me with those little claws of yours? He's baiting you. Anything you say will give him room to hurt, Ruth. And knowing him, he'll blame it on your behavior, rather than his own sadistic tendencies. Hey, thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for the 5 gifted subs! Thank you so much. Wow, much appreciated. Yo, can I get some hearts in the chat? Big thanks for the gifted subs. Very nice of you. Very kind. I hope you're having a great day. You keep your mouth shut. What? Cat got your tongue? When you still don't answer, he turns mocking. Hello? Hello? Are you still there? If you don't answer within the next minute, I'll drill a hole in your beloved aunt's head. Yo, thank you guys. Thank you for the love. Thank you. Much appreciated. I hope Anonymous Gifter is happy with the stream. I don't get you. What was that? You're kinda quiet. I said I don't get you. Your hand slams against the countertop and Thomas jumps up from where he's standing, halting the conversation between him and a new patron. Lover's quarrel. Why don't I tell this guy the truth? What harm could there be of telling this guy, hey, by the way, I'm talking to a murderer and that wasn't my boyfriend? You explain to the patron and Thomas, who stare at you with concern. Nice, Bananator. Nice. Take it easy now. Back to Adam, you lower your voice a few octaves. Yo, QPC, thank you for the gifted sub. Another one for my favorite dumb cat boy. Back to Adam, you lower your voice an octave. I didn't even go to the police. I've left you well enough alone. Why can't you return the damn favor? Because you're a shit stain on this world, just like this aunt of yours. Sorry, he didn't say shit stain, but I just like saying that. What do you even know about me? I've done nothing to you. I know enough. Now I'd suggest you refrain yourself from throwing another tantrum, or I'll make do on my promises. You do as I say, I'll let your aunt live. You mean live long enough for her to watch as you slit my throat? Adam chuckles darkly. Either way, she gets to live another minute. If you don't comply, I'll kill her here and now. Not to mention, I've got eyes on that bar. They'll track you wherever you go. Now you'll be good and come back to me, won't you? You close your eyes, trying not to have a mental breakdown. You're trapped like a rat in a cage. And if you even try telling Thomas to call for help, he's going to kill Aunt Ruth the second you open your mouth. There's only one available option. You have to face him again. Your literal worst nightmare. Fine. I'm gonna continue where we left off. Sorry about that. Fine. Where do you want to meet? Do I really need to spell it out for you? The trailer? Adam gives a slow clap, sarcasm dripping in his tone. Congratulations. You put 2 and 2 together. Now hurry up, or she'll play the consequences. Your aunt screams, and then the line goes dead with you standing in place trying to keep from hurling the tang of bile in the back of your throat, both strong and acidic. Your thoughts spiral out of control in a vicious tornado, tearing through common sense, destroying your sanity by the minute. Adam's resorted to using your own family as a bargaining chip in order to get what he wants. He's got Aunt Ruth. He's got Aunt Ruth. And we hate her. And it's all your fault. Doesn't matter how you feel about her. This is your fight now, and she's been drugged into the middle of this sick and twisted game Adam is playing. He drugged her! You couldn't forgive yourself if she died because of you. You have to save her. You have to. No, I don't. Let's leave. A hand touches your shoulder and you jump like you were shocked with a live wire. Whip around to find Thomas staring at you with growing concern. Everything okay? You seem agitated. Yeah, I just gotta head home. We've got some stuff to sort out. You know, couple stuff and all that. You can hear the tremor in your voice, but Thomas doesn't seem to notice. He just nods sagely. I wish you the best of luck. Fights with loved ones are hard, but they turn out okay, no matter the end result. Gives your shoulder a reassuring squeeze as if to emphasize his point. Yeah, thanks for the help and advice. Thomas, you're really not understanding the situation here, man. You hope he's right. Because things are gonna get dicey in the next half hour, and you really don't know if you're gonna make it out of this alive. Outside, you find the storms amplified tenfold. Debris pick up and flies through the air. Trees bend and almost break at the force of the winds. The weather matches how you're feeling right now as you sprint across the parking lot to your car. To your left, you can see headlights of a small reefer truck blasting your car with their windshield wipers whipping back and forth. When you get into the driver's seat and head straight for the highway, it pulls out after you and begins its pursuit. Try weaving in and out of pursuit, anything to shake them off. But no matter how hard you try, they always remain 2 tail lengths behind. It's not until the midway point that they start tailgating you. You assume that this is what Adam meant when he said he had eyes on the bar. Whoever's in that car is his informant. The damned stalker. They call Adam as soon as you showed up. You're betting they did. How else would Adam know to call there? He knew what you were going to do before you did it. He's playing a game of chess, and now he's getting closer to winning this nasty-ass game of his thanks to his helper. Your eyes go back to the reefer truck, and as soon as you stop, you peer into the rear view mirror to see if you can sneak a peek at the driver. Did you notice that? I've been stabbing the page. Yeah, I've been having fun with the knife. Stab, stab. Catch a flash of familiar white hair. As if sensing your eyes on him, Adam's informant waves. Saffron. These 2 bastards. That's his manager! You're half tempted to go into reserve and ram your bumper into the grill of his truck, your hand hovering over the gear stick, fingers twitching at the idea. Yeah, kill him! No, you can't. Ugh. You wrench your hand away and force it back onto the steering wheel. If anything goes down, he'll tell Adam, at least kill that guy. Then your aunt's blood will be on your hands. Well, right now, both your blood's gonna be on your hands. You need to stay compliant because now there's more than one life at stake here. Yours and hers. You need to play things carefully. It's your best shot at making it out of this alive and without bringing any more harm to your family. Take a deep, shuddering breath. Stay calm, stay collected, and try to stay safe. Yeah, Adam, keep yourself safe. The rest of the drive feels long and torturous as you force down your hectic thoughts. Thunder booms in the skies while wind tugs at your car, and your heart thuds well over the speed limit. When you finally reach the trailer park, everyone's lights are off, either asleep or out drinking. You pull in front of your aunt's mobile home and step out as the reefer truck stops behind you. They keep their light on, illuminating your way as you walk up the steps. You hesitate before knocking. There's a pause. Your breathing almost seems as loud as the rain. What awaits you behind this door? What have you come to find? When there's no response for over a minute, you almost consider knocking again. When then the lock starts clicking. Click. He's in there. Click. Well, where you run? Click. He's gonna kill you this time. Click. Death is here. Your time is up. You test the doorknob as soon as you hear the last click. Inside, the lights are off. Glass crunches under the soles of your shoes, and with each step you feel like you're suffocating. He's here. He's here in the same room, waiting, watching. You can feel his presence in the dark, lurking like a monster sizing up its prey. Why isn't he saying or doing anything? Usually he can't shut up because he loves hearing himself talk so much. At least from how he presented himself on that highway so long ago. Swallow the lump in your throat and dare to speak. I've done what you asked. I'm here. I'm the one you want. Now let my aunt go. You wait. Nothing but silence. Tried peering through the darkness, searching for his silhouette, but everything blends together in odd shapes. Where's that huge man? You reach out for what you think could be him, but your hands land on the messy dishes from earlier. Where the heck is he? Your hand goes to your hip, waiting for him to tackle you to the ground like he did last time. Adam. Take a step back, wondering how he's managed to conceal himself in such a small space. Is he gonna springboard out from under the table like a toy Jack-in-the-Box? You wouldn't put it past him. You get ready to check under the table just in case and turn towards it. Something brushes your ankle and you yelp, taking a few steps back. Lightning flashes, allowing light to appear through the broken window. You realize that's where the glass came from. And as for what's near your ankles, you scream at the same time thunder booms in the sky, lightning illuminating the room once more. Your aunt lays motionless on the ground with her body covered in blood that soaks through the brown carpet. Then above her stands Adam. You tell me I couldn't see this guy? He holds onto one of her arms while the other goes to scrub the streak of blood off of his face. Finally speaks. His words drip with poison wrapped in velvet. Well, well, well. He steps over Ruth's body and drops her hand, his pace slow and dangerous like a hunter on the prowl. You take a step back, but hit something in the process and tumble onto the floor. No, dude! Terrible. You stare up at Adam's wide frame in horror as he traces a hand along the curved edge of his knife. Hey, yo, what is he doing with those fingers? Little tiny honka-honka. I'm gonna honka-honka this guy. I'm gonna squeeze your nips, bro. They're red enough. Let me at him. He then bends down to your level and tips your chin up with the point of his blade. His forever cruel smile returns as he continues. It looks like I've finally found you. My elusive little pest. Twisty, twisty. Yeah, twist his nipples! Give him a purple nurple! Match his hair. Chapter 3! There we go. Saffron. Parkbend, Arizona, 5:10 p.m. 1 hour before you enter Ruth's trailer. Briar's Bar and Grill. Saffron taps his fingers along the edge of the steering wheel as he watches you disappear into the bar, your body illuminated by lightning as it pulses through the sky. Idly, he brings his thumb to his mouth and licks. You can still taste your blood from earlier today, fresh and sweet like cotton candy. A sharp contrast to your guarded personality. He marvels at how much a person's taste can differ from how they present themselves to the world. Those who act soft and sweet often have a rancid aftertaste, or those who parade around with vibrant personalities often end up being bland in flavor. It's just a straight-up cannibal. But you. He winces as his teeth accidentally tear through skin. He draws his thumb away from his mouth, studying the pearl of blood forming at his open wound. He got carried away again. Licks it away with a quick swipe of his tongue, trying to ignore the vomit-inducing taste. Enough of this longing. Soon he'll have vials of your blood to mix with his liquor. Plenty to drink and savor for years to come if he preserves them long enough. Not to mention the delicious meat he'll pair it with. He just needs to remain patient. Why is the manager of a band a cannibal? Why is he Hannibal? Saffron busies himself by looking at his phone and going over Cake's schedule. He shuffled around a lot due to Adam's unforeseen injury, which leaves most of their week open. Perfect considering the amount of cleanup this will take. Adam informed you of of your aunt being a probable casualty, but since she's such a recluse, it's unlikely anyone will notice her missing for quite some time. They can make a few payments here and bribes there in order to keep suspicion off of them. Still, it would have been so much easier had Adam done what he set out to do earlier. Everything was planned accordingly, not a flaw in place. So what happened out there that allowed you to escape? Saffron. Yesterday evening, the day you met Adam for the first time, Parkbend, Arizona, Dower Hotel. Saffron steps inside the hotel's elevator, presses a button for the main floor, adjusting the cuffs of his button-down shirt as he waits for the doors to close. Damn. No matter how many times he gets his clothes tailored, they never seem to fit quite just right. It's not like he's hit a growth spurt. He's far beyond his prepubescent years where changing height and lengthening limbs were a problem. No, it's another matter entirely. He's all bricked up right now. Saffron sighs and forces himself to stop fiddling with his attire, accepting defeat yet again when a young man with short cropped hair joins him. Smells faintly of lavender and honeysuckle. Yesterday it was rosemary and mint. He glances at the man's hands, slight hints of dirt caked underneath his cuticles, nails cut to the quick. Saffron smiles as his finger hovers above the elevator buttons. Floor. The man offers up a quiet, subdued smile of his own, mouse-like in nature. Lobby, please. Same as me, then. He says and hits the button. That in itself is a lie. He has nowhere to go, at least not until he's to retrieve Adam and help dispose of the body. No, he's here for him. The cute and timid gardener boy who stares at the ground wherever he goes, even on his way to the little florist shop that he works at a few blocks down. Saffron bought a bouquet of meaningless daffodils in order to engage in even a slight conversation with the young man. And what he discovered underneath that demure, soft-spoken act was an inquisitive mind. One that Saffron was ravenous to get to know on a deeper level. Saffron turns towards the young man, about to engage in polite conversation when his cell phone begins to ring. Classical music flooding the small space. Smiles at the young man. Please, excuse me. The young man holds up his hands, and Saffron catches the sight off a band-aid wrapped around his thumb. Oh no, you're fine. Don't mind me. So considerate. Saffron has to dig his nails into his phone to keep his composure. Patience, Saffron. You'll scare him off. He's made that mistake many times before, acting overeager and asking them to dine with him only for them to stand him up. But he's learned and adapted, and soon he'll have this man on a silver platter. He'll make sure of it. Saffron answers the call with a firm, hello. There's heavy breathing on the other end, followed by a curse and a grunt. Fuck. Saffron frowns, worry zipping through him in an instant, but he forces himself to remain composed. Playing the part of a concerned parent will only serve to aggravate Adam. What happened? Adam hisses through his teeth, and Saffron hears the sounds of heavy footsteps. They got away. Saffron blanches until the words register. They what? Did he hear him right? But no one's escaped Adam. No one. You need an adult. You don't need an adult. You got me. You got me, Clock. So how? Adam answers as if knowing exactly what's on Saffron's mind. They managed to catch me off guard before stabbing me with my own fucking knife. Then they got in their car and sped off. Another grunt, then under his breath. I'm going to fucking kill them. Saffron rubs the bridge of his nose as the elevator dings and the door opens, signaling they've reached the lobby. The young blonde steps out with them, then a moment's hesitation, and any chance Saffron had from inviting him out to dinner is now ruined. He really hoped today was the day. But until they take care of you, he'll need to take a rain check. Alright, I'm coming to pick you up. Stay where you are. Adam doesn't answer, and instead hangs up. A moment later, Saffron gets a text for Adam's coordinates. He's about a mile off from where he dropped him off last. Saffron pockets his phone and locates the rental car before hopping in and setting off for Adam's location. He better be okay. Saffron. More Saffron. Who's the Zac Efron gun? He's just some cannibal manager for the band. He's basically been stalking me for Adam. Yesterday evening, abandoned highway. Saffron finds Adam crouched down near the side of the road. Yo, what's up, Super Panda? Side of the road, using his turtleneck to soak up the blood pouring from his wound. The same one you left behind. Hey, yo, Nips! Nips out for Harambe! Hey, get out of there. Kitty! Get out of there, you! I've got a cat playing with my computer wires. Yeah, he's got big old man titties. Knee poles! Bro, looks like my character's been sucking on him for like 2 days straight. Hell yeah. Saffron's hands flex around the steering wheel as Adam hauls himself into the passenger's side, wishing they were circling your neck, instead taking the life you tried to steal from Adam. Why is it staring at me? Joke's on all of us. His shirt, his sweater is just actually really fucking scratchy, and his nips chafe a lot. He doesn't know what baby powder is. How dare you touch him? How dare you leave him bleeding out? You almost ruined everything. You're lucky Adam didn't die, or you face a fate far worse than Adam could ever give you. Slow. Torturous. Your body chained to his dissection table, squirming and flailing about, screaming your vocal cords raw in a massive symphony of emotion and terror quelled only by your following. Saffron. Saffron snaps out of his fantasy with stark clarity, startled by how visceral his own emotions are. Oh, sorry, I was just having another cannibal dream. His hands loosen around the steering wheel and he blinks in a daze. Oh. What a curious reaction. He's never felt such indescribable hatred. Rarely does he think about using such unnecessary violence, preferring to use tools rather than his bare hands on an individual. Perhaps seeing Adam awoke the parental side of him. Yeah, no worries, man. After all, he's grown rather fond of him over the years they've spent together. It's hard to believe he used to not feel this way. So much has changed from when he was asked to spectate Adam's first hunt from however many odd years ago. Spectate. He remembers his reluctance and frustration. The whole ordeal felt like a mockery of his time. Why bother doing something so droll? Could Adam not handle himself? It made Saffron question Adam's capabilities in the beginning. But while he didn't like the idea of playing babysitter, he could hardly refuse the order, so he went. It wasn't until later that Saffron realized why he was sent. Saffron recalls the blood dripping from the tips of Adam's hair, the body he carved into, and the self-satisfied smirk on Adam's face as he reveled in what he'd done. Saffron couldn't tear his gaze away. He could only stare, his breath catching. The sun shone down on Adam's body, and he looked like an angel perched over the corpse of a vanquished demon. It was a beautiful sight. It was haunting. But above all else, it felt right. Adam didn't hold back with his hunt, and he savored every part of it. Adam was a monster under the guise of an angel, just like himself. Saffron. Ah, another repeat of his name. Got too wrapped up in the memory, and the poor boy's bleeding. How shameful of him. Gives Adam an now apologetic smile. I apologize. Could you repeat that? I'm afraid I missed what you said. Adam's jaw ticks as he wipes away the faint sheen of sweat gathering above his brow, but he's far more subdued than usual, and his words lack their usual bite. Did you bring sutures? I'm fucking bleeding out here if you hadn't noticed. Saffron tuts as he reaches into the back seat, retrieves a small white medical kit. He hands it over to Adam. Thanks. A dry response, and one that lacks genuine gratitude. Always with the crass language, this one. Saffron starts the car as Adam pulls out the needle and begins stitching his skin back together. Can't help eyeing the wound, wondering how someone managed to best Adam. The boy almost always finished his hunts with flawless precision, determined to eliminate sinners posed as saints, and deliver his version of justice to the world. He never failed to do what he set out to do. How did you manage to catch him so off guard? Ah, we hoarders. We kissed him on the lips, completely normal victim behavior. Adam won't answer outright, he's sure. Something Saffron himself will have to piece together. Not that he doesn't mind a good puzzle from time to time. Keeps him sharp. Stop. Adam says, pausing mid-stitch to look at Saffron. I can tell what you're thinking. Just leave it alone. I have no idea what you're referring to. You know exactly what I mean. Is there a reason you're so desperate to hide it? Is there a reason why you're being so annoyingly persistent about it? Saffron sighs, reining in his frustration. Getting mad at Adam won't help and will further him from his goal. He tries again. I understand your discomfort, but I wouldn't if it weren't so important. Someone got the upper hand on you. What if they manage to do it a second time? What if they kill you or worse? I can't let that happen, Adam. I won't allow it. His eyes flicker over to Adam, who's gone quiet. He catches the other man touching his lips, wearing a slight frown. Saffron notices for the first time they're swollen. It won't happen, Adam says at last. His fingertips trail from his lips over to the ever-present earring. It glints underneath the sun's glow as Adam's cast with a halo of light, reminding Saffron once more of Adam's first hunt. And much like back then, Saffron witnesses Adam's monster again. It won't happen, because I won't let it happen. Oh. Stretching. Dude, always make sure you stretch, chat. Parkbend, Arizona, 5:10 p.m. 1 hour before you enter Ruth's trailer. Briar's Bar and Grill. Saffron trusts Adam's decision to redeem himself. From the way Adam spoke, whatever you did to him was unforgivable, and Saffron knows it's not just because you stabbed him. No, it's something much deeper, more complicated. Like you somehow shook the very foundation of his being. How you did it, Saffron doesn't know, but either way, Adam will eliminate you without mercy. Because on the off chance he doesn't, Saffron's eyes flicker towards the glove compartment box. He reaches over and pops it open, revolving a hidden revolver nestled between slips of paperwork, and traces the cylinder with great affection, his gaze returning to the bar where you disappeared into. Adam gets 10 minutes to redeem himself once we get back to the trailer park. Saffron promises himself as you exit the building in a rush, closes the glove compartment and tightens his grip around the steering wheel. Otherwise, I go in. Oh, him. Nice. Lovely, lovely. Parkbend, Arizona, Blue Acres Trailer Park, 10 minutes before your arrival. He's gonna kill my grandma, or my aunt. Adam hovers above the collapsed form of your aunt. Shards of glass lay scattered around her body, like broken teeth, blood splattered across their surface in cruel arches. He nudges her limp wrist with the toe of his boot, having questioned, through all of her incessant begging and pleading, how much more pathetic this woman could get. Turns out by quite a lot. I told you not to run. Now look at you. You've gone and made a mess of things. Ruth doesn't respond, not that Adam expects her to. She hit her head pretty hard in the corner of the kitchen table when she tripped over her own 2 feet in her haste to get away. He'd hoped to pry information out of her once he finished you off. Things only she might know. Things that could lead him to achieving his ultimate goal. But of course not. Because no one in your family can listen for 5 fucking seconds. Like your family or his family? The same family? No. Adam sighs, scrubbing a tired hand through his hair, as he takes in the miserable scene where something in your aunt's grasp captures his attention. When did she? He bends down, keeping a careful distance from your aunt in case she's hiding one of the glass shards in her free hand, waiting for an opportunity to strike that will never come, because he's all too familiar with the same tricks from his previous victims. He picks up the photograph tucked beneath her palm. The photo she kept hidden in her drawer. Yeah, this is, I'm pretty sure this is new art, but a lot of this is similar to the original. The TikTok e-boy upside down cross earring makes me hate him even more. Really good job by the artist. Trust me, at least there's reasoning. If you look really, really close at this picture, there's a certain lady in this picture that's wearing the same exact cross as a necklace. So at least there's story reasoning for the cringe, okay? The one she was so desperate to protect. He takes note of the cracks on the glass, fissuring outward, starting at the edge of the frame and slicing through Ruth's younger self, splitting her apart in a twisted sort of irony. His gaze drifts over each of the 5 women, till he lands on the one with wavy brown hair, her shy laughter concealed behind her hand. He almost forgot what it sounded like. Almost forgot the warmth and vibrancy after all these years. He can hear it now. Adam swallows hard and flips the frame over, undoing the back, letting the foam board fall to the ground with a dull thump before pulling out the picture itself. He peers over the newly freed photo, sparing another glance at your aunt. His expression hardens with hatred. She looks a little more like her younger self like this. Her hair loose from the scuffle, her arms spread like angel's wings. But nothing about this woman is angelic. I'll be taking this, Adam says before stuffing the picture into his wallet for safekeeping. If he can't get any information out of her, he reasons he'll just try to use other resources like this photo instead. Maybe even you might know something considering your connection to Ruth. Some secret she could have spilled without you realizing their significance. Don't go back. Adam catches the sound of a small, desperate whisper. He peers down at your Aunt Ruth and cocks his head to the side, almost mocking. Oh, are you still alive? She doesn't say anything, but he notices a flicker of movement from her hand. Same one he took the photo from. Huh. Stubborn and resilient. Just like you. Or at least he can still glean answers from her and put an end to her miserable existence in the worst way possible, one he deems fit. He knows just the perfect ending for a woman like her. Adam lowers himself again right as she makes a croaking sound, unable to distinguish what she's trying to convey. She's just garbling nonsense at this point, but he has all the time in the world. So he'll play along the same way he did with you on that highway. He enjoys toying with his food as much as the next serial killer. What's wrong? Adam asks with mock concern, his tones sugary sweet with a bitter aftertaste. What? You want your little picture back? He waves the empty frame around before tossing the empty picture towards her. The frame lands right beside her immobile arm. Her finger twitches in response. Adam's voice dips, lowering with malice. Do you really think you'll need that where you're going? She doesn't respond, leaving Adam to wonder if she passed out again or died on him. Adam scoffs. You know, you're really shit at holding a conversation. Again, he gets nothing out of her. How disappointing. Adam's burner phone buzzes and he glances at the message sent by Saffron. They're almost here. Adam smirks and pockets his phone, his body humming with anticipation. Showtime, he says and tries heading for the door when he feels a hand dart out and wrap around his ankle, the grip weak but persistent. Nails dig into the fabric of his jeans. Give it back. Adam pauses, staring down at her hand, invading his fucking personal space, taking in her poor attempt at stopping him with cold detachment. And if I don't, you'll, what, kill me? He reaches down and detaches her fingers one by one, focusing on uncurling them before he gives in to his primal urge. He wants to wring her neck, to twist and snap her bones, watching as the life drains out of her. He wants her to suffer just as much as she did. This bitch is the entire reason he can't fucking stand liars. Adam, I don't know if you remember me. Of course he does. After all, how could he fucking forget? Forget what? Bitchy aunt? Adam, question mark, question mark, question mark. Screaming, screaming, screaming. So much screaming. He covers his ears and closes his eyes, trying to recede into his own mind, but finding his thoughts all twisted together like a hastily wrapped ball of yarn. There's a thump, followed by a crash from somewhere downstairs. Probably in the kitchen. Why? Because it's always the stupid kitchen. The angry cacophony of curses and shouts reverberates through the closed bathroom door where Adam hides. He didn't want to stay downstairs in his room. Not when things are like this. He's afraid to get pulled into the fray. You keep making a fucking fool out of me. And the crash and the sound of glass breaking. Adam ducks his head as if those shouted words are physical objects being thrown at him. Stop it. Just stop it. He shakes his head as tears stream down his cheeks. Please just stop. But it keeps going and going, getting worse and worse, making him sob harder and harder to a point that he's afraid someone will overhear. He can't get caught crying again. Not after last time. Oh, he's getting beat for crying! He can still remember the acrid scent of cigarette smoke and the suffocating darkness of the shed. His palms flat against the rotting floor as he waited with his head bowed. Oh my god. No, he's learned his lesson too many times to count. So he curls in on himself, trying to control his breathing and stifle the sounds of his anguish with his trembling hands. You look so much like your father. Adam still remembers the cruel expression on the woman's face as she said it. Muffled giggles and concealed laughter that followed. The hand on his shoulder tightening at the comment, drawing him away from the open stairs into one of the empty seats. Can't believe I didn't see it before. You look so much like him. He wanted to scream, to deny anything that linked them together. I'm not him. 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 I'll never forgive you. The guttural scream makes him jump back into the present before trembling in fear. He hates this. Hates that woman for causing it. Why? Why did Miss Aspen say that? And why did it cause all of this? He can't comprehend the meaning behind any of it, and doesn't know if he ever will. He remains there for what feels like hours, arms and legs going numb. From being stuck in the same position for so long, terrified of making any noise that draws attention. Then everything just stops. An uneasy quiet fills the house and Adam shivers. Crybaby. He wiggles his toes, trying to regain feeling in them, listening out for the chaos to pick up again. It doesn't. And that's much worse. Feet shuffle up the staircase and Adam squeezes his eyes closed. I'm not here, I'm not here, I'm not here. The door to his bathroom slams open and Adam jerks upright as the lights flare to life. His bottom lip trembles as he looks to the door. Adam. What is it? Him. Thanks for that. Thank you for that. Blue Acres Trailer Park 5 minutes before you arrive. Adam. Adam gets thrust back into the present, and the sight of the woman at his feet makes his lips curl in disgust. She repeats herself. Adam, get back, all bricked up. No, he's never forgotten her. Not even for a moment. He lifts Ruth by her wrist, dangling her in the air so that while they're face to face, their noses almost touching while she hangs there limp. Are you really in a position to make demands? Because from where I'm standing, I think you should shut the fuck up and wait until I'm done with that nasty little relative of yours. But sure, keep testing my fucking patience. See where it gets you. Glad we see eye to eye. Adam lowers her, but keeps a hold of her wrist to keep her filthy, bloodstained hands off of him. He's gonna need a blistering hot shower after this. Whereas your touch ignites deep-seated want, hers feels like 1,000 maggots crawling all over his skin, burrowing their way into his insides and eating away at his entrails. He'll hold on to this disgust while dealing with you, because he can't let you get close again. He won't let you. Adam composed himself when light floods through the shattered window of the small darkened trailer. He watches as your car pulls up, followed by Saffron's reefer truck. He must have brought it in preparation for the massacre that's about to happen. Despite this, Adam can already hear Saffron complaining about the fact you'll take up room, your body's filling up space in his precious freezer, unwanted unless he gets desperate. Because he's a goddamn cannibal, and I guess Adam knows this. What the hell? Saffron's a choosy fucker. An irony not lost on Adam considering the man's diet. The flower boy will live another day. For now. Adam hears the crunch of your sneakers over the gravel, followed by a knock at the door. He reaches for the abundance of chairs, taking his time undoing each one to send your heart thumping and your mind racing. You can almost feel your trepidation leaking through the door. You're scared, aren't you? Click. Well, you should be. Click. Because he's been waiting. Click, click. Tick-tock. You. Yay! It's me again. Blue Acres Trailer Park, 6:10 p.m. Ruth's trailer. I finally found you, my elusive little pest. Adam, your mouth goes dry at the sight of the purple-haired demon in the flesh. And how does he greet you? Oh, kitty. With a fucking knife. You try looking down at the aforementioned knife without moving your neck, otherwise you'll impale yourself like a shish kebab, and notice it's covered in dry blood. Hear me out. I don't need to hear shit out. I already said smash. He's mine. He's mine. Sorry, Danny, you're too late. Did he seriously not, at the very least, clean this thing? And who does it belong to? You or someone else? No homo, though. Damn. Chat, you gotta learn... Chat, you like a man, you gotta say smash. You can't wait for, like, hours on end. I'm just gonna take them. We're gonna go play Smash Bros. Later. Your eyes wander over to your aunt, who lays motionless on the ground a few feet away from where you landed after Adams jump scared you. It's yours, he says, reading your mind. Your aunt did that with no real effort on my part. Right. And he's also just a hurt, misunderstood soul who just needs lots of hugs and unconditional love to fix all of his baggage and deep-seated issues. Because if you learned anything, a smooch a day keeps the serial killers at bay. Okay, sarcasm aside, the last part's a little bit true. Of course I kiss my homies goodnight, chat. Mwah. No homo. Only homosexual. Kissing the killer ultimately did save your life when you were neck deep in trouble and helped you avoid getting skewered. But even so, you're not buying his bull. The man lies as easily as he breathes. He's a repeat offender, considering none of his general audience knows he murders people for shits and giggles. Or at least that's what you assume. You contemplate this as you try adjusting the angle of your neck in order to put some much needed space between you and Adam's weapon of choice. Well, that and to check if your aunt's still alive. But Adam pursues you, giving you no wiggle room to work with. He rewards your efforts by giving you a soft warning prick. Eyes on me. You wince at the stinging sensation before fixing him with a glare. Oh yeah, you forgot about his issues of personal space. Consider your bubble popped for the rest of your interactions because you're not getting it back with him around. Your earlier fear goes up in a puff of smoke, annoyance taking over the mantle instead. I'd say go fuck yourself, but after recalling our kiss from yesterday, I doubt you know how. Adam's jaw ticks at the comment. Oh yeah, buddy. Feel the salt in that wound, bitch. Oh, sorry. Too soon? You say in mock embarrassment, widening your eyes to establish that you aren't sorry in the slightest, going straight for his weak point in retaliation since he went after yours. As sucky as Aunt Ruth is, you're not letting her die from your poor decisions. Yes, I am. Adam's your burden, your cross to bear. Should have killed him when you had the chance, but you didn't. You won't make that mistake again. Not when you're armed with your own weapon tucked into the waistband of your pants. You never learn, do you? Adam says, withdrawing his blade. Right before it descends on your already wounded shoulder. You screw your eyes shut and turn your head, unable to duck out of the way with Adam boxing you in. Whoa, I love boxing. You wait for the inevitable pain of knife tearing through your skin and muscle, flashing back to that horrific moment on the highway when you tried contacting emergency services, your body readying itself when... Thunk. Nothing comes. Just a condescending chuckle from Adam when you open your eyes to find the knife embedded into the wall right above your shoulder. His eyes glitter with amusement over your reaction. Good kissers are hoes! He's an incel, and he actually really likes it. Great. So he's gone from outright stabbing to psychological torture. Exactly what you need. So much bravado, and yet you're still afraid of me. That's good. Adam whispers, his breath warm in your ear as he leans close. You should be. He repositions his knife at the hollow of your throat when he draws back, reaching into his back pocket with his free hand. I've got a few questions for you since your dear aunt couldn't bother to answer them herself. You raise an eyebrow at him. Oh yeah, because an unconscious woman can totally help. Forgive my aunt for her poor manners. I'm sure she's so sorry for that despite all the trauma you put her through. You jolt upon feeling the knife move, a subtle shift that leaves you wondering if you pushed him too far when you feel the steel travel downwards instead. Adam's unamused by your jeering. You're stretching his patience, but for some reason he's not hurting or killing you. In part you're relieved, but you're also questioning why. How many times? Adam asks, pushing aside the collar of your shirt with the tip of his knife to reveal a mess of gauze and medical tape underneath. Do I have to remind you that I'm capable of what you've already experienced? Are you really that fucking stupid? My client says it's a part of my charm. An odd expression consumes Adam's face at the mention of your clientele, but you blink and it's gone, replaced by his usual scowl whenever you dare to open your mouth. He finally pulls out whatever is in his pocket, a thin slab of paper, and unfolds the parchment. He presents you with a picture of your aunt and 4 other women. Now tell me, do you recognize any other women aside from your aunt? You open your mouth, prepared to fire off another quip, but Adam flips the knife and angles it towards your jugular. You swallow hard. Adam taps the picture against the seam of your lips. Oh, he said that in the third person. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Otherwise, my hands might slip. So I suggest... A cocky little smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth. You choose your words wisely. Damn. You really don't have much of a choice but to comply. Fine then. You'll remain complacent. For now. You take your time studying the photo when something about the woman positioned at the far left of the group with her petal pink dress and delicate frame and captures your attention. While the rest of the women laugh openly, hers conveys a distinct shyness, almost as if she doesn't want the others to notice. Yet that's not what bothers you. It's the fact that you recognize her. But how? You examine each one of her features, poring over each minute detail in order to figure out where you remember those Cupid's bow lips and high cheekbones from. She's model pretty, distinguishable within any crowd, much like the rest of her friends. Birds of a feather flock together, you think, and notice how her arms aren't linked with the others. Until the cat comes. Adam wraps a finger along the top of the photo. Tick-tock. Clock reference. You're running out of time. You don't even bother glancing up. Hold your knife, kink horses. I'm trying to fucking concentrate. Then, hurry up. The hand containing the photo darts out and grips the back of your neck, forcing your head up to meet his gaze. The sharp press of his blade goes to the underside of your jaw. Oh, I didn't know you weren't allowed to say that word, but sorry, bro. Just say it with, like 2 L's or something, maybe. His legs are wedged between yours, one on either side, his knee pressed against the inside of your thigh as he kneels before you, purple tips of his hair tickling your cheek. Yeah, he's that close. His proximity makes your heart pound, and not in the, oh my god, he's so dreamy sort of way, but in the, oh god, he's gonna gut you like a fish sort of way. Nice. Better. Better. Gut me, daddy. What? You weigh your options, deliberating on headbutting him, but decide against it due to the sharp obstacle blocking your way. He's not underestimating you this time. Adam refuses to give you any ample opportunities to take advantage of his weakness. The knife isn't just there as a threat, but a barrier. You know, I can't see the photograph at this angle, right? You've looked at it for long enough. Now tell me. He lowers his head, those pitch-black eyes flashing red, his mouth stretching into a snarl. What do you know? You frown as you study the movement of his lips. Then a light clicks on in your head and you start connecting the dots. The high cheekbones, the Cupid's bow lips, right down to her wavy hair. Those features are a perfect match for the man right in front of you. You blurt out the words right before you can stop them. Holy shit, why didn't I realize earlier? You look so much like her. Adam goes absolutely still. His pallor turns chalk white, his expression on a mixed cocktail of emotions, ranging from angry to haunted to tortured, all in the span of a few minutes. What did you just say? He's shaking so hard you feel yourself vibrate thanks to your close proximity. Nice! For free! No electricity needed, chat. The knife disappears from your throat, and you know it's now or never because you won't find a better opening than the one presented to you. You don't know what triggered him, and you don't care. All you know is that your hands are reaching for the kitchen knife at your waist, driven by the instinct to kill him for everything that he's done and going to do. Only one of you will walk out of here alive. You'll make sure it's you. Adam's lost in a daze when you bring your arm up in a wide arch, to which Adam dodges a moment too late, the front of his hoodie tearing in the process, blood spraying against the trailer walls. Try going for his black hole of a heart next time when Adam springs away from you. In a flash, he's at your aunt's side, and your knife spears through empty air, lodging into the musty carpet flooring as you bring it down. Give the knife a harsh yank before getting to your feet. Picture Adam used to interrogate you with flutters to the floor like a flag being dropped to signal the start of a match. Ding ding! Fumble this. I'm gonna murder this. Adam presses a hand to his chest before drawing it away to reveal blood smeared on his palm. I hope that fucking hurts you, asshole, because there's more where that came from. You're practically spinning in his image, geared up for a fight after all the hell he's put you through for the past 2 days, unrelenting in his pursuit. You're going to give this fucker a taste of his own medicine. Adam's slow to look up. His eyes are narrowed, but to your surprise he's smiling, teeth bared like he plans on using them to rip you apart. It's primal, that smile, like he's been waiting for this moment his entire life. Like he's been waiting for a reason to finally end this. Cute. Adam says, his voice dripping low as he gives an expert flip of his knife before catching it by the hilts with trained precision. He points the tip of the blade in your direction. But I promise I'm better. And quick as a whip, he's on you like a beast released from his cage. A snarl ripping from his throat as he tries slashing at your arm wielding the kitchen knife. You manage to pull back in time and hear the whistle of metal slicing through air. Your knife cradled against your chest as you hit a wall. Saffron's behind me. No, don't say that. I need to fight him. I have 10 minutes. Adam descends on you. Try your best to keep him at bay, but you're an amateur in comparison to his seasoned practice. A fact that becomes crystal clear within seconds. No, man. This is why everyone should take self-defense classes. He forces you to go the defensive while he goes full offense, his attacks jarring and harsh, forcing you to block one after the other in favor of lashing out again. Each blow chips at your already dwindling strength. Your injured shoulder burns from the exertion. Can't keep up at this rate. Everything aches, the pain echoing bone deep, causing your movements to become slow and clumsy. You're getting tired. Worn down. But Adam is not. If anything, he's invigorated by your struggle to keep up, as if he's soaking up your fear to help fuel his bloodlust. There's a knowing smirk at the corner of his lips. Fucker. He knows you're delaying the inevitable. His endurance will outlast yours, and once you falter, he's going to in for the kill, like a snake constricting a mouse until its body folds. You both know he's got the advantage here. The odds are stacked against you. They were right from the beginning when you made the mistake of pulling over. There's got to be a way out of this. Grit your teeth, sweat dripping down your brow and along the curve of your spine as you try to fight back, trying to find an opening. You won't find one. Adam taunts, guessing your train of thought yet again. Why don't you just give in to me? We both know you won't last much longer. He substantiates his point with another rough jab of his blade. Your teeth rattle from the impact and you almost lose your grip on your knife, but you manage to remain firm. If anything, you're stubborn. A trait he couldn't beat out of you even if he tried. But come on now. You say with a huff. Now you're making the sex jokes way too easy. You gasp as his knife comes down harder than ever before in retaliation to your obvious jab, the steel pinging with his furious blows. Is that really all you fucking think about? Adam says, clearly seething. Oh, he's cranky now. A fact you'd take pure delight in if he didn't say what he says next. Considering how you kissed me after finding out about that online job of yours, your entire body goes cold. How the fuck do you know about my job? You wear a mask to conceal your identity, not out of shame, but for privacy reasons. So how does he know what you do for a living? No, you guess you shouldn't be surprised. He's a stalker after all, and you don't doubt that he dug into your backyard, probably at some point after you gave him the slip. I have a better question. You let out a yelp as he manages to grab hold of your wrist while processing this new information. You lose your grip on the knife and Adam kicks it away, shoving your one method of defense somewhere behind him with a scuffed boot before pinning your arm over your head. You raise your other arm to fight him off, but he grabs that one just as easily. Joins the first, but both now pinned underneath his grasp. You lift your leg up to kick him, but he uses his body to restrain yours, his hips perfectly aligned. The knife returns to your throat and you stop struggling. Great. Back to square one. Tell me something. Adam peers down at you with a harsh sense of judgment. Why the fuck did you kiss me back then on the highway? Why was that your first instinct? Is it because of your fixation on sex? You could have fought me, gone for my eyes, punched me, anything but shoving your tongue down my throat. So why? Why did you fucking do it? You bark out a harsh laugh devoid of humor. That's what he's focusing on? That's right, now of all things. But you're starting to piece together everything. You guess that accounts for something. Someone who accused me of thinking about sex all the time, that question is pretty hypocritical. I'm starting to think it's you who's obsessed with sex, and now you're just projecting. It would explain a lot. 1. You say with mock concern as his mouth twists into a scowl. Are you frustrated because you can't stop thinking about it? Thinking about me? Is that why you get upset whenever I bring the topic up? Because you want me? The air goes thick, heavy with unspoken tension as your words hang there in between you two. You hear the pitter-patter of rain against the trailer roof, the rest of the world going quiet as if anticipating Adam's response, wondering what he'll do next. Please don't encourage the guy with the cannibal for a boss. Whatever it is, you're ready. But yes, this guy is down bad AF. Blue Acres Trailer Park, 6:13 p.m. Ruth's trailer. Ruth's mind fractures, spits apart, then gets reassembled once again before the cycle repeats. She hears a muffled argument, her ears stuffed with what feels like cotton, unable to decipher the string of conversation or figure out whose voice belongs to who. Glass cuts into Ruth's cheeks, arms, and legs. Hurts. Everything hurts. She's disorientated, unable to remember how she got acquainted with the floor. What Ruth does remember, and the only thing she can seem to remember, is the man taunting her with the face of the woman she once cared for. With the face of her first love. Lesbians! How cruel. Ruth reaches for the photo, the only picture she has of her first love, because if she's going to die, she wants to die by her side. That's all she can ask for. Her hands fumble over the shards of glass, but finds the space beside her empty. Then another memory clicks into place. Adam taking her away. Adam shoving the photo into his pocket, mocking her feeble attempts to get her back. Adam. The hellspawn birthed from the hips of an angel. A monster in the making, just like that bastard, the one who took what she couldn't have, telling her that her love was a sin, that it was vile, and she wanted to prove him wrong. Wrong, and now she's gone. These men keep taking her love away from her. Adam and that bastard both. Ruth seethes on the ground, her fists clenching when she sees something glittering from an arm's length away. Like a present. Like a gift from God. Ruth reaches out and wraps her fingers around the handle of the forgotten kitchen knife. Oh, Ruth! I remember. Blue Acres Trailer Park, 6:15 p.m. Ruth's trailer. Is that why you get upset whenever I bring the topic up? Because you want me? The words hit Adam like a freight train as soon as they pour out of your mouth. Violent clash of flesh and metal, his head spinning on impact. What the fuck are you implying? Denial surfaces in his brain, something most people do upon confrontation, and Adam's no different. You're wrong. He doesn't want you. He'll never want you. But Adam knows he's lying to himself because of the excuses he makes just to touch you, reasoning that he's only using his body to trap you, not because he wants to get close enough to feel your body heat, to feel you. Yes, he wants you. God, he wants you. His dreams self-admitted as much, and the thought disturbs him. Makes him sick having these feelings. He needs to kill you, and yet he's acting like a kitten seeking warmth for the first time. You're flush against him. Your body's without a centimeter of space between them, and all he wants to do is lift you up and... Continue? No! Adam crushes the thought without mercy. Whatever he's feeling, this blatant and unwelcome desire, he can't give in to this particular sin. Continue? What were you gonna say, bro? You're gonna say play Super Smash Bros. Melee, right? He made a promise. He vowed never to give in. You're a temptation. One he's desperate to overcome. Come. You're the hardest obstacle he's ever faced. One many would say the devil put in his path to lead him astray. But Adam wonders if regular people are the real devils. He's almost certain you are. His own little devil meant to seduce him away from his original purpose. But he won't. He can't. You break the silence, your voice alluring as a siren's to a ship captain. He just needs to bust. He really do, chat. The incel will stop being an incel as soon as he gets some. Why are you so quiet? Not even going to deny it. You raise a brow at him and his lack of a rebuttal, like you can read his thoughts and see the war raging behind his eyes. His lips curl into a snarl. Don't you do that. Don't you fucking dare look at him like that. Like you've got him figured out. Adam presses the knife deeper into your skin so that it's almost cutting into your neck, and you wince despite the fact he purposefully didn't break skin. One more push, though. There'll be blood. Plenty of it. Your chest heaves against his in response to the unspoken threat. He's breathing heavier, too. He convinces himself it's because you're afraid and that he loves your fear, and that's why he's breathing so fucking hard, and not because of the friction of your chest against his. His lust for blood always outweighed his attraction towards other people. So why shouldn't it work now? Answering one question with another. How very like you. I seem to recall a certain someone whimpering against my mouth, unable to restrain himself. Are you telling me that was a different serial killer? Sorry, I was just hydrating. I wouldn't be surprised considering you kissed me. A complete stranger. Nasty habit you've got there. Kissing dangerous men. Do you do that often? If so, maybe I should cut it out of you, starting from here. He taps your chin with the tip of his blade before guiding it down your front, shifting his body to allow the knife to glide towards the top of your navel as he's tracing lines on a map. To here. As your expression hardens, he smirks and realigns your bodies, returning the curve of his blade to your throat. How does that sound? I'll gut you properly so the pain will only be a little agonizing. We can take it nice and slow. You raise an eyebrow at Adam. Okay, now it just sounds like you're trying to flirt with me, and it's getting a little sad, man. This stuff only works in the video games. Sorry, Adam, but you're not my type. I like men who don't stab me upon first meeting. It's called having standards. Adam's lip curls into a snarl. If that's how you see this, then you're delusional. Why is he gonna stab you? Oh, he's gonna stab you because you tried kissing him when he tried murdering you. And it is so rude of you to interrupt the murder with a kiss. Well, who does that? By the way, hi. His nails dig at your wrist, and you bite your lip to keep from crying out. He ignores the way his body throbs. How do you keep forgetting? I almost killed you the last time, and I'm capable of far worse, because I've done worse. Make that what you will, but there's nothing about you that will keep you safe from me. You're deluding yourself into a narrative that you've built based on one experience. Then say it. Or better yet, go through with it. You're challenged, not backing down. Because as far as you can tell, you've had plenty of opportunities to torture the answers you want out of me, and yet you haven't even cut me once. Why is that, Adam? You stabbed me as soon as... Don't nut! You stabbed me as soon as you got the chance when we first met, so why aren't you doing it now? Why are there only threats and none of your previous violence? You gesture over to your aunt with your chin. You did to her, so why not me? Come on, Adam. Tick-tock. Clock reference. You quote him from earlier. Adam's gaze narrows. He spoiled you too much by not following through with his threats. You'll have to change that. Are you really sure you're in any position to push me? Do you think I'm not capable of hurting you anymore? That I can't kill you once I get what I want out of you? Because I beg to differ. He presses his forehead against yours, forcing you to look into his eyes, to see his resolve and burning hatred for what you awoke in him. Then beg. You say with zero hesitation, lifting your chin, holding his gaze like you're his equal. Because even with this, your eyes go up to gesture towards your foreheads before locking on Adam's face once more. You're just finding excuses to touch me. I know what attraction looks like, Adam. I've seen it with my clients, seen it in my everyday life of what happens when a man wants someone, and you match the entire fucking definition. Why are you so afraid to admit it? Scared I'll use it against you just like last time? Afraid you'll like it too much? Your body shifts against his, and Adam withholds a groan, grinding his teeth to cover up the wince that follows. Too late. He sees you've already caught on. He needs to prove you wrong. That your body isn't his ultimate weakness, and he's not someone pathetic enough to be controlled by sexual desire. Stop nutting. He's not your clients. He's not like any of them. And he'll show all of you here and now. Adam withdraws his blade, rises it over his head, and says, "Wrong move," before bringing the knife down. Aunt Ruth, please. Somebody help me, please. Outside Ruth's trailer, 6:15 p.m. He counts down the minutes ticking by. 5, then 4, then 3. At 2, Saffron pulls out his gun and loads 3 bullets into the chamber. Sorry, I'm eating a snack. Yum. Yeah, Aunt Ruth is the ex-girlfriend, I guess, or ex-lover of his mom. It's interesting to see where this is going. He glances up at the trailer he's parked in front of. What snack are you eating? I've got 3 chocolate little tiny eggs. 3 chocolate Kit Kat eggs. And it's good.
Nut.
Don't nut on my chocolate eggs! 1 more minute. That's sweet, sweet discount Easter chocolate, chat. No, not Dollar Tree eggs. They're like the Kit Kat brand. As chocolate eggs. And he's going in. He's whipping it out! Somebody put him down! Ruth's trailer, 6:16 p.m. Adam's knife comes down, and you brace yourself for the familiar sensation of steel tearing through flesh and bone, knowing the futility of fighting, but trying anyway. You thought you had Adam pegged, bent over, but booty wide open. That you had him all figured out. You thought you understood why he hesitated, but you didn't. And now you're gonna pay the ultimate price. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Chest puffed. Stay strong. Grab onto your old friend's phrases like a lifeline, keeping your gaze locked with Adam's in one final act of defiance, willing the hatred in your eyes to haunt him for the rest of his days. It was you who couldn't escape him in life, but in death you're determined to return the favor tenfold. You curse him until the day he dies. You don't even bother to keep track of the blade as it plummets towards your chest in an act of sheer stubborn willpower, refusing to show any signs of weakness. At least, even through all of this, you can take consolation in the fact that he was never able to break you. That you maintain some sort of dignity, even in the end. Clench your fists, jet out your chest, and you hold your head up high like you're above this, above him. Adam notices the subtle change in your demeanor, his eyes widening in surprise, so that we expected you for you to crack and start begging for mercy. The knife comes down and stops. Right above your heart. Adam's breathing hard, his hands shaking with visible frustration, unable to tear himself away from your captive gaze. He tries again.
Nut.
Adam raises his... Don't nut on that knife! Adam raises his arm, brings the knife down, and the invisible chains that stopped him the first time around stop him yet again. Something holding him back, something giving him pause as he fights tooth and nail to deliver on his promise. I can't imagine how goofy that looks. He's just like, ah! And he just can't stab you. Adam's gaze flickers down to his traitorous hands, the same ones that refuse stop nutting, to refuse to give in to his commands before returning to look at you. Adam's jaw clenches, his molars grinding. You're surprised he doesn't chip a tooth in the process. Ugh. Damn it! Adam hurls the knife away, the steel embedding itself perfectly into the wall, parallel from where he threw it. God damn you. God damn you. I'm a crybaby. Ah, Mommy! Adam's hands encircle your throat and he slams you into the wall. Hey, yo? Choke me? Harder. You claw at his fingers, his arms, his chest. You're losing oxygen fast. Your vision turns black at the corners. Spots dip in and out of your peripheral like glittering stars. You can feel him shaking again, this time for an entirely different reason. You can feel how desperate he is to kill you, to escape the humiliation of his attraction towards you. He's acting like a wild animal, trapped and afraid. Tears prick at the corner of his eyes, and you witness something genuine and raw rise to the surface. Oh, he whipped it out. Oh, vulnerability, never mind. Why the fuck did you have to appear? Why? Are you here to torture me? To fuck with me? To break me? His voice cracks and fissures as his hands tighten and constrict, a war rampaging behind those darkened eyes. He's battling the deep-seated truth of your words. I don't want to feel like this. I don't want to feel like any of this. I need it to stop. I need you to stop. I'm begging you to just stop. Why couldn't you have just done like everyone else? Why did you have to kiss me? Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. His hands give one last squeeze and then they're gone. You take in a much-needed lungful of air, coughing and sputtering as you collapse against the wall. Hey, he's dying, bro. It's always crazy to me how bright red some white people can get, right? You guys ever see that video of that bald guy? The bald guy, he's like screaming, "I'm not gay," and like this is pretty much as red as he gets. Oh, I dropped my chocolate egg. No.
Drop one?
Yeah, it's still in the wrapper. I'll pick it up later. It's by my. You don't have to. 5-second rule. It's still in the wrapper. I was just playing around with it. I wasn't eating it. I was just rolling it around.
No.
I do that a lot. Thanks.
I'm gonna melt.
Oh, it's gonna melt on the ground, I guess. I am gonna melt it by rolling it around. Have you tried the Kinder Bueno eggs? No, not the eggs, but I like the Kinder Bueno bars. They're really good. Those things are like crack.
Also, Pam just texted me.
Oh, good. You're trying to catch your breath when Adam's face grows near. What is he? The question dies in your throat as soon as you see the intent behind Adam's eyes. His lips parted as his warm breath brushes against your skin. His expression tortured as though he knows what he's about to do will ruin him. You hear a scraping sound coming from above. His nails. They're clawing their way down the wall in a last feeble attempt to restrain himself from giving in. I hate that I want you. His voice is barely above a whisper before his mouth descends upon yours. Your head spins from his quick and sudden transition, and you don't even have time to shove him away. His lips almost brushing yours, but not quite when... Give her back! The grandma, the auntie, Auntie Ruth! Someone roars from behind Adam, and all of a sudden his body jerks forward. Stop jorking it, bro. His back bending at the impact of an unseen blow as something slams into him. It's a sickening wet thump followed by a gross squelching sound. Adam grunts through clenched teeth. Give her back, give her back, give her back, give her back! Another thump follows the first before Adam growls and sweeps his arm out, sending the person behind him, your Aunt Ruth, flying across the room. Auntie ruined the moment? What are you talking about? Auntie just saved the day! Chat, Auntie just saved your life. She collides with the wall before slumping to the floor. Ruth blinks, momentarily stunned. Kill her? Adam's a man. In her hands, she wields a knife drenched in crimson. The same one Adam kicked away moments before. When Adam turns his back to you, focusing all of his attention on your aunt, you spot 2 fresh wounds near Adam's shoulder blades and near-identical slits. They remind you of what's left behind when a fallen angel gets stripped of their wings. Adam sways like a drunken man. He braces his hand against the wall, nails torn and bleeding from where he clawed at it earlier to keep himself from kissing you. Right. He almost kissed you. Voluntarily. Looks like your blossoming theory was right on the money. Now not that that's something to celebrate. You'd rather your milkshakes not bring all of these serial killers to the yard. You don't speak for me. My milkshakes better bring all the boys to the yard, serial killers included. Least of all Adam. You shake your head to clear your mind. Nope. Maybe someday you can unpack this shit in therapy when you can, afford it. To figure out why your milkshakes bring all the serial killers to the yard. But for right now, you've got bigger fish to fry. Namely the aforementioned serial killer who looks like he's about to pounce on your Aunt Ruth and strangle her to death. It's fine, let's leave. Or worse. I should have killed you when I fucking had the chance. Get fucked. Adam rasps, stumbling towards her with uneven steps. I did it again. I dropped the egg.
I'm not getting it.
No! Your aunt gets to her feet, grasping onto the counter for support, and you freeze upon seeing the unabashed rage pulsating off of her in thick waves. She directs everything she has at Adam, all of her ugliest emotions laid bare. You've never related to her more. Ruth's lips peel it back into a snarl, her lips stained red as though she applied too much makeup, the storm rampaging behind her eyes, overshadowing the monsoon going outside. She looks unstable, insane, broken. She spits her vitriol at Adam, her words containing a venom that poisons each syllable. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I will kill you for everything you've done, you sick, twisted little bastard! How dare you! How dare you wear her face and do this to me! How dare you taunt me this way! How dare you! I like giving her the funny voice, I'm sorry. Tears fall from her hardened eyes, but she scrubs them away with a rough jerk of her wrist. I'll end this. I'll end you. Adam staggers again, but he gives a low chuckle devoid of humor as he rips his knife from where it juts out of the wall. His own hatred rivals your aunt's. Funny. He says, using the sleeve of his hoodie to wipe your crusted blood off of his knife in one quick swipe. Because a long time ago, you told me I looked just like him. Was that another one of your fucking lies? Or did you know what would happen if you said something like that? Ruth bows her head. Well, did you? Come on, Miss Aspen. Tell the truth for once in your fucking miserable life. You fall. Adam tilts his head in that animalistic way of his, a hunter listening for prey out in the long stalks of grass. What was that? Speak the fuck up. I can't hear. It's your fault she's gone. Your aunt screams in a raw outburst of emotion, glass shards digging into her heel as she gives an angry stomp of her foot. Oh, God. You recoil at the sheer volume. What's going on? They're almost acting like they know each other from somewhere. Clearly they do. Like they have some sort of shared past together. This isn't just about Adam breaking into her trailer and attacking her, but rather another matter entirely. Something that caused your aunt to dive into the depths of madness and come out swinging. It's like they have an unresolved grudge from before you ever entered the picture. Wait, their hair looks strikingly purple. No, he's dyed purple hair. The picture Adam showed you before. Ruth and that woman that looks like Adam were both in it. Did something happen between them? Your mind swirls with the possibilities of what all this means as Ruth continues. You're the reason she endured everything she did. It was all for you, and yet you killed her. Your entire existence destroyed her. Auntie wants us to be poor. People just don't want you to succeed. I don't think he's paying for the OnlyFans, guys. I told her. Aunt Ruth says between frantic grasps, nearly sobbing. I told her she shouldn't have gone through with the pregnancy, but she wouldn't listen. Ruth clutches her chest as if preparing herself to tear out her own heart in order to spare herself from the painful burden of the memories she's uprooting. Adam remains quiet, but his knuckles turn white. He's gripping the hilt of his knife so hard. Whatever she's saying, it's affecting him too. What he did to her. You know that all started because of you, don't you? But she never told you that because she wouldn't want you to blame yourself. But you should have. You watch with the mounting horror as Ruth's feet leave behind bloody tracks as she steps over the glass, daring to get closer to Adam. He remains eerily silent as she gets in his face and jabs at his chest. And now she's gone because of you. You took her away. You took her away, you goddamn piece of shit. You took her away again. She's breathing hard as she reaches the end of her crazed rant. Adam's absolutely still. For a moment, no one moves. You're not even sure any of you are breathing. Then there's a lightning strike, and the room becomes illuminated in a yellowish glow that shows Adam lifting his head. Then all hell breaks loose. Adam's on your aunt in an instant because even while he's wounded, he's fast. He grabs her finger, and you hear the sickening crack of bones breaking, like a twig being snapped in two. What do you mean the aunt sucks? She just saved our life, and then gave him what's what. Your aunt screams and flails, her knife managing to cut into Adam's cheek, but he remains unperturbed and instead disarms her by severing the tendons in her fingers. She loses the grip on her knife, and Adam's other arm darts out, wrapping a hand around her throat. Then he's lifting her into the air. A cold-blooded killer once more. Her legs flail and kick, her fists thumping against his arms as her feet leave the ground. You scream your aunt's name and search for something to stop him. You won't let him kill her. You need to act. Now. Oh. Let's kill him! Yeah! Wait, let's kill him! I'm liking kill. Kill him! You duck forward and grab for the knife because you're not a fucking coward. Your hands wrapped around the base of the handle. Adam's too busy with Ruth to notice. A big mistake on his part. He'll pay for his hubris in the worst way possible. He's forgotten how much of a threat you really are, because once you commit to something, you're committed, and you're determined to put this monstrosity of a man 6 feet under. He's actually 6'4", so we're gonna need 7 feet at least, actually. Or else his head's gonna be popping out. You're gonna save your aunt and get the fuck out of here, no matter the cost. You lift the knife and thrust it into Adam's lower back, driving him forward with the force of your body slamming into his, Adam making a choked sound as you do so. Okay, bro. Okay. We just said we were gonna kill him, and we aimed for the lower back. Are you for real right now? Bro, grab him by the shoulder and do 3 quick stabs at least. None of this one big stab. Big stab don't matter, man. You gotta do 3 quick stabs. Not even a this game's a little bit longer than I thought. Aunt Ruth's neck gives a sickening crack and Adam drops her. She falls to the ground in a crumpled heap, like a blanket lying forgotten next to a bed during the hustle and bustle of someone running late to work. Her neck is bent at an awkward angle. Her eyes are open but devoid of life. No. In your urgency, you foolishly believed you could protect Ruth from Adam, that you could make up for the mistake of bringing him here. But you couldn't. Now she's dead. You let out a blood-curdling scream in part because you feel at fault, while also going mad with rage, causing you to literally see red as you thrust the knife in and out of Adam's body. Oh, we did kill him. Nice. Maybe not. His blood splashes across your cheeks, dappling your arms and coats your clothes. All of the things he's done to you, stalking you, stabbing you, mocking you, holding your aunt hostage, cultivate into this sense of righteousness as you bring the knife down again and again. You fall on top of him as he collapses, your legs going on either side of him, pinning him down. He reaches a shaky arm out. You sink the knife's teeth into it because he's not getting away from you. No matter what, you're going to kill this fucker, even if it's the last thing you do. Your resolve far superior to his when he gave up the chance to end your life. Your free hand rakes down his back, your nails chewing at the skin of his arm, your nails sinking deep into muscle. You feel raw, vindicated after all the turmoil he put you through. You've made a righteous decision putting an end to such a dangerous man's life. This is his fault. He should have left you alone. But he didn't. Now he's paying the ultimate price. What about Saffron? Tears stream down your face as you plunge the knife into his spine one last time before you withdraw, your hands shaking from both the rush of adrenaline and a sense of looming dread of what you've done. You took a human life. You went above and beyond self-defense, aiming to draw out his agony other than quickly putting an end to his reign of terror. But it's over, isn't it? He's dead. Right? Adam? You say his name tentatively, almost like you expect him to get up, dust himself off, and ask you if that's really the best you can do before finishing what he started. You get up, clutching the knife to your chest, searching for signs of life. There are none. Just like Ruth, his eyes are open, but there's no longer a soul behind them. Well, if Adam even possessed a soul to begin with, which you doubt. You try one more time. Adam. Again, he's silent, and blood trickles out of the corner of his mouth. He's gone. He's really gone. He's no longer a threat to you or anyone else. It's over. It's over. You're half crying, half laughing now, your breath coming out in ragged gasps before transitioning into a barrage of hiccups because you're so overwhelmed. You bury your face into your hands. You're smiling. Finally, you've been released from this nightmare. You're safe now. Once again, Saffron. Or so you think. You don't hear the front door open when a harsh voice makes you jump. Adam? Then a little more frantic, the edges frayed with disbelief. Adam! You look to see Saffron leaning against the doorway for support, a hand pressed to his mouth. Well, let's just kill him too, honestly. A hand pressed to his mouth, his brows upturned and drawn together as he processes the devastating scene before him. He's staring at Adam, searching for signs of life, but coming up empty. He looks like a parent who just lost his child. Like Adam's death just turned Saffron's entire world upside down. He looks as vulnerable as Adam did before he kissed you. A weakness exposed to its fullest extent. Kill him! Saffron's voice cracks. What did you do? He's shaking his head and he goes to Adam's side, turning the other man over, his hands cupping Adam's face like he can bring him back to life by willpower alone. Kill him! Don't do this to me. Please don't do this to me. You take this as your opportunity to make a break for it, while serial killer number 2 grieves over his loss. Just kill his ass! But right as you reach the door, a hand clamps down around your wrist, dragging you kicking and screaming back into the trailer, shutting the door behind him, sealing you inside and away from prying eyes. No one can hear your gut-wrenching cries over the rampaging storm. The only sign of the torture you endure is your blood leaking out from beneath the door sill, washed away by the drip-drop of rain. Bad End 5. An eye for an eye. Oh, lovely. Nice, nice. Let's load that one back up. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum. Okay. Alright. Alright. That was a good ending. Let's distract him instead. Let's not. You grab a skillet from the kitchen counter in favor of going for the knife currently laying in front of Adam's feet. Idiots. You aim high and slam the metal against the back of his head. Adam lets out a strangled noise and releases your aunt in the process, sending her tumbling to the floor. Not a murderer. Lame. Ruth scrambles to get away from him, her attempt to flee halted when her back hits the mattress inside of her bedroom, and her eyes dart towards the small nightstand with a single drawer. Adam cradles the back of his head with a hand, and he spins on the heel of his boot. Looks like he's about to ready to inflict the same punishment he did to Ruth onto you, but then recognition clicks. You can see the conflict in his I just smacked you over the head with a frying pan, bro, and you're like, but I really want to bang. The hesitation. But you're already on him. Because you don't share the same qualms. You drop the skillet and finally go for the kitchen knife, seeing your opportunity and bring your arm in an upward slice. Cut through his fingers, not enough to sever them, but enough for him to lose his grip on the handle of his own weapon, and you hear the satisfying clang of metal hitting the floor. He drops to the ground in order to dodge your second follow-up attack. Adam cradles his wounded hand and looks back up at you, towering over him, knowing full well that you intend to put an end to this. that you intend to put an end to him. You raise your knife in order to deal with the final blow while trying to prep yourself for the guilt that probably comes with taking a human life, but knowing it needs to happen when... Bang! Pain blooms and spreads like poison ivy crawling up the side of a house. You blink in complete and utter confusion. Did she just shoot me? What was that just now? You look up from where Adam is crouched and notice your aunt standing in her bedroom doorway. She's got a gun in her possession with the drawer opened up beside her. When she lowers her weapon, you can see her face turning ashen, her eyes going wide like saucers, her gnarled fingers trembling. Did she actually just shoot me? She mouths something you can't quite make out. You blink again. What happened to your hearing? Was it the bang? Did it somehow burst your eardrums? Try raising your arm, but they hang limply at your sides, refusing to respond. You notice Adam staring up at you while on his knees, his own face mirroring Aunt Ruth's horrified expression, which almost makes you laugh, because you feel a little lightheaded and not quite right for some reason. Oh my, Aunt Ruth! You had so many guns and you weren't trained to use them? They're just trying to kill each other. Why the sudden pause? Your leg buckles and you almost lose your balance. Oh, that was weird. Then damn, why does your side burn? You reach down towards your hip in an effort to seek out the source of your growing pain when you feel your entire side coated in something wet and sticky. Wow, where's my hip? From where your fingers drift, there's a small hole torn into the fabric of your shirts. It's small and circular in shape. Almost like... Oh. Just as your brain connects the dots, your other leg gives out and you become weightless as you fall towards the floor. Your body's ecosystem finally registering the bullet's presence. An arm cushions the back of your head before it connects with the ground. Who? Darkness encroaches, but you see Adam's blurry form drift over yours. You recognize that damn purple hair anywhere by now. For some reason, he's yelling and shaking you by the shoulders. Hey, hey! Do close eyes? Yeah, I'm gonna close my eyes. Thanks, man. His voice dips in and out and you can't make heads or tails of what he's saying, but you don't really care because right now you feel so tired. Your eyelids are getting heavy with the strain of staying awake. You're so exhausted. So very exhausted. Your eyes begin to shut as you feel the pull of eternal sleep. You begin to let yourself go because in doing so you feel no stress or pain or fear or any of the ugly things that come with existence. Just blissful silence. Adam calls out to you again, but you don't respond. You let the darkness take you instead. Oh, him! Oh, lovely. Do clowns have eyes? That's what she said. Adam propels himself forward on instinct and catches you mid-fall. Hey, hey! Your eyelashes flutter and shit, there's a ton of blood. She tries shaking you to keep you awake, but you're fading fast. The sight of you so weak and defenseless agitates him. Where the hell did you think you get off? You survived him, and yet one bullet to the lower abdomen is too much for you to overcome? You're really gonna fold to friendly fire? There's no way in hell you're getting out of this that easily. He's not done with you. Do you get that? He's not done with you yet, goddammit. Don't close your eyes. Do you hear me? Don't close your eyes. Your breathing slows as the lower half of your shirt becomes soaked in red. You're not listening to him. You're not listening to him, and your eyes close, and no matter what he does, they refuse to open. Fuck. Adam snarls and rips off his hoodie, tearing at the cotton sleeves in order to help staunch the constant flow of blood, cradling your limp body in his arms while he hopelessly tends to the wound. You're going to die. You're going to die, and there's nothing he can do. When he closes his eyes, a memory flickers like a candle wick, one of murky red water in the drip of a bathroom sink, and... no. He doesn't care if he needs to drag you from the depths of hell, kicking and screaming so long as you live. He'll bring you back by force if he has to. He's not letting you go. Wake the fuck up, samurai. Do you hear me? Wake the fuck. There's the click of a gun, and Adam feels something metallic get pressed into his temple, cutting him off. His eyes snap over to Ruth, who stands above him, gun in hand with her finger on the trigger, ready to blow his brains out at a moment's notice. She doesn't even bother looking in your direction or separating you two. She's not here to help you. She's here to kill him. The photo. Where is it? You've got some fucked up priorities with your flesh and blood lying here. She pistol whips him and he grunts. The gun drills into his temple upon return. Where Did you take her? This greedy, selfish bitch of a woman. Violent thoughts stir in his head. He imagines himself snatching the gun out of her hands, wrapping her hair around his fist as he bashes her head onto the nearest horizontal surface he can find before he... Ruth pistol whips him again. Harder this time. Adam hisses and glares up at her, frustrated that he can't play out any of his twisted fantasies in reality. At least not yet. Answer me, you piece of shit. Where did you take her? Where? My back pocket. Check inside my wallet. He's telling the truth to an extent. He did put it in his wallet, but he dropped it in the middle of your scuffle. Her beloved picture is actually probably lying on the ground somewhere. It's just too dark for her to see, her eyes not yet adjusted to the severe lack of lighting. It provides Adam with a fantastic advantage. Ruth takes his words at face value exactly as planned, and when she reaches for his back pocket in search of her precious photo, he brings his arm up and wrenches Ruth's wrist backwards. Another gunshot going off as Ruth pulls the trigger, this bullet hitting the roof instead of its intended target for a second time in a row. She won't get a third chance. Ruth shrieks as Adam wrenches her hand back, positioning the muzzle of her gun underneath her jaw. Looks like I have the advantage again. He curls his finger over the trigger. Ruth thrashes this way and that, but Adam's stronger than her. Too strong for her to have any hope of crawling her way out of the mess she made. Why didn't you just shoot? You could have found the picture after. What? When that doesn't work, she begins sobbing. What? Does she think he'll let her go if she cries hard enough? That she's someone worth pitying? The idea is so funny, it's almost laughable. She seems to sense his lack of empathy because she becomes bitter in the next instant, cycling through a rainbow of emotions, her shrieks rattling the kitchen cupboards. You don't get it. You don't get it. I loved her. I really loved her. And you took her from me. You and that bastard both. Adam pushes the muzzle of the gun upward, digging it deeper into her jaw, causing her to finally shut up. He's sick of this woman. I couldn't give less of a shit, Adam says before finally pulling the trigger. Adam blinks. Nothing happens. It was not loaded! He tries again. Click, click. Then realization hits. The gun's fucking empty. Did she seriously waste all of her bullets? God. Ruth brings her head back and rams her skull against Adam's, forcing him to let go of his grip on both her and the gun. While he's recovering... so that's why she didn't shoot. While he's recovering from the blow, Ruth descends on the kitchen knife before raising it high over her head, giving Adam a weird sense of deja vu when you did the same thing moments before, and brings it down right as the front door slams open. An arm extends from the entrance and... bang! Bang. Ruth sways for a moment, staring down at Adam in a silent accusation, before crumbling to the ground like a marionette with its string cut. She lands face first into the glass shards, a gaping hole just an inch above her ear leaking ichor. Adam already knows that she's dead. Shot not once, but twice. Oh, hi. Oh, hey, Adam. I heard some gunshot, and I decided to check up on you finally. The arm in possession of the gun that killed Ruth disappears before Saffron fully steps into the trailer. His slacks, vest, and button-up cling to his body due to the rain. Even his hair, usually slicked back for a sense of professionalism, is disheveled. He cocks his gun again as he looks at Adam. Finally, dead. Somebody's dead! Adam sees the question sitting at the tip of his tongue. Are you alright? But Saffron knows better. Instead, he gestures towards Ruth's corpse and your unconscious form. What happened here? Adam ignores Saffron in favor of returning to your side, checking for a pulse. There. A heartbeat. It's faint, but there. Adam gathers you up and into his arms at the confirmation of your survival, in spite of his injuries that throb in complaint. He turns to Saffron, who quietly observes the whole interaction. There's a faint crease between his brows, his displeasure obvious and tangible. Adam knows of Saffron's prying nature, knowing that he's bubbling over with questions, but refrains from asking them because getting a straightforward answer out of Adam is tricky in certain circumstances. But that doesn't mean he approves of what he's seeing. Adam, however, could give two shits about what Saffron thinks. Saffron, Adam says, his voice sharp like a command. Saffron looks up at Adam, albeit reluctantly, and he continues. There's a photo lying somewhere on the floor. I want you to grab it alongside Ruth and bring them both to the truck. We're leaving. He says and brushes past his manager, who remains stationed inside the doorway. Adam's almost halfway down the steps. Your body's becoming drenched from the bulk of the storm when Saffron's hand clamps down on his shoulder. Adam doesn't even bother turning around. Let go. His voice is quiet, deadly. A serpent in the grass facing off with a hungry wolf. A monster bearing his fangs at the other beast who dared challenge it. Just tell me why you're bringing them with us, Saffron says. What do you want with them? Give me one good reason why, and I'll drop the matter entirely. Just like, I don't think that's what it was like. Adam looks down at you, your expression calm and serene in your unconscious state. You look sweet, gentle, innocent. But Adam's well aware you're nothing of the sort. You distracted him from his initial purpose, his ultimate goal leading him to damn near cave into his sudden desires. And he almost did, didn't he? Why did you kiss me? Adam shakes his head, disgusted. Stupid illogical question made on impulse with the heat of your body surging against his. One that cost him greatly because he no longer has Ruth, the singular person connected to his past. Yes, it's unfortunate. He no longer has her, but... Adam? Saffron urges, and Adam gazes down at your unconscious figure, resolute in his decision. He no longer has Ruth, but he still has you. Despite the fact that you're a liability, you're his only other option right now, and because of that he needs you. He's not keeping you around because he wants you. You're simply a necessity. Yes, Adam thinks with growing conviction. He needs you. That's all. Adam finally manages to shrug Saffron off. Remember what I told you when we first met? Adam asks, recalling the memory of a pink-tinted water spilling over the lip of the tub, the water sloshing against his torn sneakers as he was pulled away from that horrific sight with tears in his eyes. He remembers screaming. He remembers the agonizing pain in his chest as he realized what happened. He remembers fighting against the hold that wouldn't let him go, his shoes slipping on bathwater, begging for the person drawing him out of the bathroom to let him go so that he could help, so that he could do something even though there was nothing he could do. But now, his arms tighten around you. Of course. There's a sense of underlying pity in Saffron's tone that Adam loathes, but he refrains from drawing attention to it. Instead, he slowly pivots towards We're bald?! I've been bald this whole time? I'm not bald. That's you, chat. That's you. Instead, he slowly pivots towards Saffron, the tips of his purple hair whipping around him as a large gust of wind hits the trailer park with sudden furiosity. The cross earring cuts into his cheek. A small punishment from the previous owner, he's sure. I'm not bald, it's you. I need them in order to fulfill the entirety of my promise. Adam says at last, his eyes flashing red as he lets the agony from the age-old memory consume him. I'm okay with being, like, blind. That's fine. But bald?! My promise to her. Saffron. He's right there. Why do we need to cut to him? Saffron's off his current time. Saffron stares at that near desolate landscape from his balcony doors, his arms folded behind his back, as he relishes in the rare quiet of his sprawling hills. Also, I really like that art. That was a good CG. This place exists high up in the mountains, a perfect place to avoid getting caught on camera surveillance. Out here, no one will bother investigating the blood-curdling screams of the growing stench of the woman rotting in the back of his reefer truck. Well, not that she's rotting per se, but she smells absolutely vile. At least to him. But that's probably due to his lack of interest in her. You, on the other hand, smell absolutely delectable, even with your festering shoulder wound at the beginning stages of an infection. He had to stop himself from lunging for you while you lay unconscious in the passenger seat of the truck, with Adam tending to your injuries in an effort to keep you alive. Saffron nearly gave in to the urge of pulling over and devouring you whole. He fantasized about tearing strips of flesh off your bones. He thought about what sauces and seasonings to pair you with. He salivated at the prospect of lopping off just a finger or toe as an appetizer. Came so close to giving in to the ever-present hunger, but refrained due to Adam's insistence that he needs you. Or at least, that's what Adam claims. But Saffron suspects something more. He's never seen Adam get so possessive about a target before, going as far as to smack Saffron's hand when he reached for you in order to keep the strain off of Adam's wounds. It's like Adam wants you for himself for whatever reason. Gender-neutral models should have chin-length hair. That feels more natural than baldness. I'm sure there are gender-neutral haircuts that could totally work. But I don't know. Honestly, if I'm being honest, I'm not a fan of the gender-neutral protagonist. I get it. I get it. You want to be inclusive. Totally fine. I don't hate on it. I just... personally, just draw a girl or some shit. I don't know. Just draw a girl. Like, honestly, just draw the girl, you know? Because, honestly, to me, it just makes me giggle. Like, whenever I see, like the no-face, bald person. It just makes me laugh. I don't know why. It doesn't make me, like, self-insert or anything. Like, it just completely... it's just a joke to me at that point. Personal take. If you don't have that issue, no worries, whatever at all. Yeah, I'm a mannequin, basically. It's like, I'm playing a joke, like a horror game or something, and I'm a mannequin. If you don't feel that way, totally fine. Totally valid, you know? This works for you, this works. It just doesn't for me. It just makes me laugh. I don't know why. I know why. It's because I'm playing a bald gray person. At least make it look like a real person. I mean, it does look like a real person. They're just bald and gray. And Saffron feels disappointed. Cheated. Because they made a deal. He gets the bodies of the dead and damned after Adam eliminates them. That's the agreement. I don't have a wig. As a result, Adam doesn't need to worry about the details of getting rid of some pesky evidence or a body, and Saffron can divulge in his own sadistic pleasures without doing any of the dirty work. It's a mutually beneficial transaction. And now Adam's changing the rules of the game and making up mundane excuses as to why Saffron can't have you yet. It's frustrating. Saffron realizes he's gnawing at the skin of his thumb, a nasty habit he really needs to get rid of, and wipes the saliva off with a square piece of tissue paper. The urge to taste you is unbearable. Hey yo! It's borderline torture. Saffron sighs and folds himself into the plush desk chair in an effort to calm himself. He's not mad at Adam, but frustrated with his decisions as of late. Because like it or not, they're affecting him too. He needed to reschedule everything after the injury Adam sustained during your shared encounter. Now he's unable to hunt the gardener boy because your aunt's going to take up room in his freezer. He wanted something out of this whole debacle. You were an equally appealing prospect, so he felt satisfied. Now, with neither you nor the gardener boy, he's ravenous. A little speck of your blood is not enough. He needs more. Saffron's hand fans out against his desk, his fingers brushing against something. Oh. The picture. His eyes fall on her, and he feels the monster subside in an instant. Remember what I told you when we first met. Adam had said, and Saffron did. And Adam is as sincere now as he was back then. So why is Saffron thinking such ludicrous thoughts? How shameful. Saffron places the picture into his desk drawer and chastises himself for letting himself get so worked up over a piece of meat, putting his own needs above Adam's for unjustifiable reasons. Adam does what needs doing. He doesn't complicate matters unless warranted. He should trust Adam. Perhaps he's imagining things. Yes, that's right. He just jumped to conclusions. Once Adam's done with you, he's sure the boy will follow through. He's not anchored down by mundane feelings like most people. It'll all work out. But what if it doesn't? A tiny thought argues, his inner doubt. What if you're right? Maybe you should take care of them yourself just in case. No. Stop it. Saffron swats the thoughts away, waving his hand as though there are a fly buzzing around his head. But he's gnawing on his thumb again. Saffron's pocket buzzes. Someone's calling him. Perhaps the venue management over their sudden cancellation. He looks at the caller ID. His heart skips a beat. Why is he calling? And why now of all times? Did he see something on the news about what took place at the trailer park? Is it about him? About Adam? Calm yourself, Saffron. You won't know until you answer. So Saffron clicks the green button and presses the phone to his ear, putting on his best "everything is great" performance. So nice of you to call. To what do I owe the pleasure? Saffron exhales the caller's name. God. Chapter 4! Him! We made it to Chapter 4, boys. Restrain him! Don't let him escape! Hold him right there! There's a cacophony of voices as chaos bursts through the double doors of the church. Oh, wait. I think what I was gonna do one big video, chat. I was gonna do one big video. Wait. I was gonna do one big video, but I'll just make a separate video. I'll just make a separate video. So YouTube, thank you so much for watching. Okay, I really appreciate it, YouTube. I'm gonna upload the next video, Chapter 4, as soon as I can. But just in case people wanted to watch the remade versions of chapters 1 to 3 in the prologue, the new prologue, I think this was nice to have to just do for the viewers. So thank you so much for watching. Please clock that like button and subscribe if you enjoyed this. Check the playlist / check the end of the video. I'll have the chapter 4 linked so you can watch this chapter 4 right away after. Okay. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Please, if you like this video, though, subscribe. It helps me out a lot, okay? And, yeah, anyways, I'll link the Chapter 4 video right after, okay? Peace. See you next time in the next video.